Yeah, I gotta change that to the daily brief. Back into the daily brief, I guess. Good morning, your wife's boyfriend. Good morning, Mateus, Omar, Tegan, Jeremy. Good morning, Dougie. Good morning, Chaz, Ryan. Good morning. Good morning, Ryan. How are you? MA, how are you? Jafar, good morning. Captain Ron, good morning. Captain, hold me until everything's gonna be all right. Too hilarious. How y'all doing? Joshua, how are you? Jake, Monkey, Doll Queen, X, Fisted, Jill, John, Carrie, Miha, Belgian, Jay, Richard, good morning. Justin, John, Ben, Godfrey, my brother, Michael S, Chris P, Mao SW, San, Casey Hansen, Wizard, John C. Good to see you all. Mateus, Rick P, Henry's in the house. How's everybody doing? Right on, Johnny 5. Stay alive, baby. GP, Sport K. Chris, Yields to the Moon. Good morning. Got a lot to talk about this morning. Morning, Lone Wolf. Morning, Willie Smoked Meat. Yields to the Moon. Blind Nest Owl. Ryan, Trevor, Benny Mac, baby. Good morning, brother. Hope everybody's doing here. The jobs numbers were hilarious this morning. I mean, it just totally shows the clown show, right? It does. Even CNBC was a clown show about it. Good Willie Smoked Meat. How are you, brother? Frank, you three. Faison, good morning. Josh, good morning. Yeah, let's talk about that. We're at an interesting moment in the market right now. So what I'm going to do is, before we get started here, I'm going to bring something up behind the screen that you're looking at right now. Just give me a second. So I get everybody in the room real quick. Detroit Evie, good to see you. My Eskimo brother, HP, Faison, Ozzy, yeah, Doug, Sofa, Christopher, you're a boomer, good morning, how are you? Dylan, good morning, how are you? So we're gonna, give me a second here, I'm gonna do something here this morning. We're at an interesting place in the market this morning. Well, first off, the jobs numbers, right? It's hilarious. There were articles across the country yesterday stating the jobs numbers are going to be awful this morning. And, you know, would there be doom and gloom over it? You can see that the jobs numbers weren't actually that bad. They were actually good. They were better than what was expected in terms of, you know, how bad they were going to be. Anyways, it's all a disaster. The takeaway, though, is that it's important because there are other markets that rely upon making money off of the jobs numbers, particularly currencies, gold, metals, things like that. So you give that time to the jobs numbers to those people. But I have something interesting I want to show you this morning about the market that we're waking up to. And we're going to take a look at it real quick here because it's not an inflection point. It's something key that I want you guys to see. That's important. So we're going to switch over here so I can go straight back to the live stream. Okay. Perfect. So hopefully everybody's here this morning. And this is important information for you for this morning. Today's Friday. Typically the trading is done on Friday is done. Not always. Actually, recently, Fridays have been very wild. Fridays are known in the past to be the day where you get your trades done. You wrap up your trades by 10:30 in the morning. And then people revenge trade, are known for revenge trading the rest of Friday. You can end up losing a lot of money too in that time frame. And they tend to be quieter in the past, right? And then we usually have a VIX crush or something into the end of the day. Not really the best day to be trading. Or even investing for that matter, or I guess in the morning it's good usually, but recently they've been huge days. So I can't say that applies right now, but what I want to talk to you about though is I'm tired this morning. I noticed the guys on CNBC this morning were tired too. And I'm tired because the trading has been so intense. You all know this, right? But what's most interesting is that we just went through the month of January, right? And I'm going to show you a few things. I'm going to show you something bigger later, but on a smaller time frame. Just follow my cursor here, right? And this is January 4th right here, right? You can see how we traded all this down to doom and gloom down to 420. This was brutal. Trading this, no matter which side you were on, you can't say this. I remember these weeks, I was worn out each week with you. By Friday, I was done. I was done. Very intense. Didn't matter if you're a bull, bear. Didn't matter if you were taking shorts here, right, or longs. These were all huge rips. We traded all this down. We traded this up. We traded this down. This was insane, right? This is all insane in here, too. All of these moves are insane. But the key point that I want to talk to you about right here is a couple things. Okay, I want to show you where can I do this? What I want to show you guys is, I always forget where this thing is, right? I think it's this one. I think it's the bar pattern. Could be wrong here. Let's see. Okay. That's this one. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I'm going to put that in the trash. I want to show you guys something here. I think it's going to be kind of weird trying to do a bar pattern here, but we're going to see if we can, okay? Right here. Okay. Is that working? Okay. Now, do you see this big move down that we have right here? We're just down here to 420. I want to know if you can piece anything together out of that. And the point that I'm going to try to make to you right now at this point is, do you see this quick bar pattern right here? We are once again starting that again for where we are this morning. Okay. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean we get another month of this? Now, yesterday looked manufactured to me to buy a dip. It seemed like the sell-off from bad Amazon earnings started the day before, between Wednesday and Thursday, continued into the end of Thursday. There was a chance for Amazon to be bought by banks. It was also a chance for banks to buy Facebook. Remember, these are the companies that are holding up the indexes. They're holding up the NASDAQ. They're holding up the S&P 500. And they're literally dropping them one by one to get buy-ins and slowly dropping the indexes as we go along. Now, let's forget about Friday, right? Friday's a day where you can make the wrong move. But just let's look right here. This right here is showing you that we could be starting another cycle down from here, okay? And we're not even into it yet. We're in the beginning stage of it this morning. This is all Wednesday, Thursday. We call this Wednesday, Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, whatever you want to call it here, but we're not even there yet. And look at how the rest of the week could continue. Next week, let's say. So I want to be aware of this. This could be our next month right here, the month of February. This could be the start. This is, what this reminds me of when we're in a bullish context. The last 2 years, we would start these cycles. We'd hit a bottom and move up for a month, right? It was like cyclical. You knew when to sell the market. You knew when to buy the market. And this looks like we're starting this all over again, okay? So if you thought last month was wild, there's a chance that this month could be just as wild. Now, there's some key points for where we are this morning, okay? I'm going to get rid of this if I can. I don't know if I can get rid of this real quick, but hold on. Can I get rid of that? Yeah. And that's the piece that when you're looking at just this chart, if you weren't paying attention to everything back here, and you were just looking at this right here, what is this setting up? It's setting up another megaphone, okay? And this megaphone, if it continues down, could show us much lower numbers than 420. Talking like 413, 409, maybe lower. If you had a capitulation move in the market, could go lower. Now, I'm going to give the bulls one more chance here. This is the major resistance line, right? We know about this major resistance. We were up here, right, on the 2nd. We got up here and we talked about they have to get over this line, jump over it, trade sideways and move higher. That would show the recovery. We know that below here is bearish. We know we're neutral if we jump over and start to consolidate and then make a move higher. We knew that we rejected here. I'm going to give it the chance to the bulls to make one more attempt to go up here. And it wouldn't surprise me to see us go back up here Sorry. It wouldn't surprise me to see us go back up here at least once or twice more, even if we head down into February 18th. But it's not an inflection point, but it is a moment where, you're always asking, or a lot of guys out there asking me, well, how do I trade farther out than 1 week, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months? This is it right here. This is a plan for the next month, the month of February. Then you guys often ask me, how do you have longs and shorts at the same time? Here's a prime example of where we are just today on a Friday. How you can set yourself up with some put spreads. And you just play the rips with outside the money calls. This is the exact same thing. You can just do an in the money put spread right here today. Literally, we could trade sideways today, put an in the money put spread on for the month of February. Right? Remember, we traded this down into the 24th January. Just something in the money. You could do it in the money one. You could do one that's down at 413. But make it like 420, let's say. For later in the month, like the 18th, or even the week after the 18th of 420. You had two of them, right? Or by multiples, however much money you want to spend on those, right? You can cut them loose, though, if we start to trade higher here. We start to break through. And let's say you buy a put spread, let's say it's $2. And you're just buying 10-cent calls for all this in case we move higher here. If you're a bull and you're like, well, I've got the bullish perspective, we're not starting this new megaphone down. Sure. Then load up on your monthlies and your 3-month calls here. And then make sure you're buying some, cheap. Make sure you're buying yourself some 10-cent puts that expire down here on the 18th of the week after at like 410. You can actually buy them a month out, even cheaper for lower, so that when we're right down here, how we sell, we can get down here and you see all those puts get sold down here. You could sell all those puts, those deep, like 390, 360 puts to some, wouldn't go 360, but you could go like 400 or something. Buy some 400 puts that are like a month and a half out, 1 month out, and some schmuck down here. So we're here. Today's Friday. I think you guys are thinking I was going to talk about something different this morning, but right now, what I'm talking to you about right now is, here you go. You want to know where a new cycle is? We're right in it. We're right in it this morning. We could trade up from here, right? We could trade down from here for an entire month. So this would be an inflection point for you as a trader, as an investor, especially if you're in another country and you can only make certain trades, right? This is going to start another cycle for the next month that's either down or we're going to work above and we're going to break higher. Now, I'll tell you, I'm so tired today, this Friday morning, that just considering that we could trade down here for the next month, I'm going to want to take the entire day off. I'm going to want to set some put spreads. I'm going to buy some outside the money calls and call it a day, and I'll check back in on Monday to see which direction the market's going to take. Because this is a lot of work for us this month. If we have to trade this down for an entire month in the month of February, it's going to be brutal. And I'll tell you what else. A lot of people didn't know about this one up here being what it was, right? Back here in January, couldn't identify this. So we're identifying it right now. It's proving itself this morning. But it's setting up the market again for another month, just like January. That doesn't mean we can't trade above, break through this downward resistance channel. Doesn't mean we can't go higher. But I think today is a perfect day, if you're an investor, if you're a trader, to take a moment today and plan out the rest of January. Okay? It doesn't matter if you have a bullish or a bearish context, but just plan out what you think you need to do to cover a move all the way down here. Let's call it 415. Okay? That doesn't mean you get like a 415 put spread. Get one a little bit higher, right? You get one like 420, 422. You can get another one that's right in the money right here. Right? And then you can day trade this up with I already told you guys how to do this, right? We've talked about this ad nauseum. But I'm going to warn, I don't think we're trading sideways. I guess there's a third option that we trade sideways, but it ain't looking like it to me, right? It's walking, quacking, talking like a duck to me right now. And this is talking to me like, yeah, we can trade sideways over here into next week and then start making our way down. Right? We could trade sideways this way. You're going to hear bulls say we're going up. It doesn't really matter. For you as a trader, as an investor, I'm giving you a month plan right here. Okay. The month plan is that we're going to trade down to 413. And if we trade higher, so you need to put some protection on for that at a minimum. And if we even if we trade higher, you can cut these loose, right? Let's say you have some and spend the money puts spreads here expiring a month away. You can still cut this stuff loose if we break above and start working our way up. And you'll make money anyways on the outside the money stuff that you're buying heading this way. So here you go. The complaint oftentimes is, you're not trading or longer than 5 minutes or whatever. But here's the setup. It's right here. It's for you to decide where you think we're going, but it doesn't really matter where we go. What matters more is that you can develop a plan to trade this down or up. Does that make sense to everybody? Let me just check in real quick. Has everybody watched this from the beginning? If you have not, it's 9:14. If you have not watched this program yet from the beginning, just stop and go back and start at the beginning. This is the biggest thing you need to hear for the rest of your week to consume. There's nothing else that you need to listen to from anyone on the internet about the market than what I just talked about the last 10 minutes. Not the highs every morning, good morning, everybody. By the way, I hope you all had a great week this week. Hope nobody's gotten blown out this morning. But go back and listen to what I just discussed about all this structure here, okay? So what's my plan for this morning? Let me go down here and see what you guys are thinking. Definitely liquid lunch today. I haven't even, I've had a few drinks this week, but I haven't gotten my drink. I haven't had a drink. So my day today, I think, is going to be planning my day this week is going to be planning this structure out, right? How do I account for this structure? Okay. You're going to hear people talk about how we're going to trade down through here, bounce off this megaphone, and we'll work our way up higher. I would not be planning for that. This structure is setting up for a move lower. Yes, there is some major resistance here. We might stay in this megaphone here and trade higher. But I'll tell you what. This here, boy, this is reminding me, this here is looking a hell of a lot like this is down here and down to these lower 400s. It would make sense. We've got some other things we have to think about, right? We have to think about February OPEX. We have to think about February OPEX. We have to think about rates, right? We have to think about consumer spending. We have to think about do we have any more good news coming out? We have to think about the companies that we haven't taken profit off of yet. We do still have companies like Snow, and we've got some other companies that haven't reported yet, some big tech companies. But the Figman stuff is over here. Another key point would be that smaller companies are missing on their earnings. We have a lot of misses in small caps. So all that put flow we saw yesterday in IWM is probably related to the expectation that small and mid caps did not do well and do not expect to do well. We've got a ton of speculative growth companies that are going to start reporting. And we talk all the time, right? Ad nauseam, we said we're going to expect companies coming into this ER season to have a plan, to have spent their time and money wisely the last 2 years. You saw Snap finally turn a profit. And that's really the chopping block. If you can't prove that you can survive the next couple of years, you're going to get whacked. Coming up in the next couple weeks, rest of ER season. So just look at this, take a broader view of the market right now and start to think about, no matter where we trade in this zone right here, whether we trade up today and sideways, whether we dip down and trade back up, doesn't matter. Look further down to like 415, 420, just call it 420. Even if we trade down to 390, it doesn't matter. Just look at like 420 as a price target below. And then anytime we rip up here, you can leave those put spreads on. You don't lose the value if we keep trading down here, right? You can take profit every time we trade down here and reset them again if we trade higher, right? You sell them for profit, even if it's 20%, 50%, whatever. Because puts are expensive. right? Or buy yourself some puts that are like way out of the money. But yeah, do a mix of them. Do a blend, a melange. Buy some put spreads that are in the money. Buy some put spreads that are way out of the money. Add in some way OTM puts way down here at like 400, like a month out. And every time we go up, right, take some profit on that stuff as we go down and add yourself OTM calls as we trade higher. That makes sense to everybody. I'm warning all of you right now, okay? I'm going to warn all of you right now. You got your month plan for me. Don't come back in a month if we're burning at 413 and be like, well, I didn't do this and I didn't do that. Don't come back in a month and say I didn't take profit either, right? And even if we trade higher here, you guys have to understand, if you guys buy all this stuff now, right? You guys, or now or tomorrow, even if we trade higher today and you buy it today, you wait for another rip higher to get some more of this stuff, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you wait like a week or so. My point to you is that this is the time for you to be planning, I promise you, for a move down. And I promise you, if we trade way higher, that you'll pay for that put protection tenfold, even if it never prints, if we trade higher. Okay? You guys all understand? Please tell me you understand out there. If you're just tuning in, you haven't tuned into this broadcast since the start of this morning, I'm going to beg you to go back to the beginning. Now, one last thing I want to show you is this before we get to the day ahead of us. And that is this right here. Okay? And we're going to get rid of that real quick. Throw that in the trash browser so you can see it. You see that right there? This is what people are talking about. This is what the bears are talking about. And I'm not saying this is going to happen, but there's your left shoulder. There's your right shoulder. And you've already got your right shoulder setting up over here. I want you guys to see that, okay? So that's the bearish take. I don't know why these things get all wonked out or whatever. I want you guys to see that, okay? This is the bearish take. Even if you're a bull and you get over this, you still need to get back into our channel. This is the channel from the 2020 and 2021. This is the deepest one I could draw. This is like where the bulls say, we're still in the channel, right? You've got pretty much, and they are, I shouldn't say they're not right. They are right. We've got 3 layers basically to the channel that we've had for 2 years. So this is it. We're not even there yet, right? We got a ton of work to do to get up there. I'm not saying we won't get up there. We won't trade higher. I'm not saying we're not going to all-time highs. I'm saying to you that we're setting up for another move down, just like we did here. Okay, and if you get that another right shoulder over here, right, it's gonna get messy. Don't get caught with your pants down on this. You guys all getting this? And please, no matter what you do this morning, if you're just joining right now, please just go back on the video. You know what you can do is just go on the video and you just scroll back to the beginning, skip all the introductions and stuff, skip the talking, and then right when we're looking at this chart, just the beginning of this chart, start paying attention. Because I get oftentimes what some of the complaints that I get here have to do specifically with no large game plan. We're in a new month, and we had all this wildness past couple days, and things could get wilder this month, right? Volatility could increase. This also lends the question of what happens in March, right? We're not even in March yet at this point. And we're going to end up closing this week red. So we had a red month last month. We're closing the first week of February red unless we trade, monster moves today, right? So just start to have context where we are. Have a plan for what's starting to set up, even if it doesn't come to fruition. Just that's the pattern recognition, right? That's where you're sitting there going, okay, this is starting to set up here. Remember that when we first traded down here, right? Remember when we traded down here to like the 50s, right? I think this was the 50s here. Everyone said we ain't going any lower. Even the bears were like, we're only going to here, right? So just be prepared for it, okay? See how big this move is right here? Let's see how big this move could. Now, I don't think we're doing this move again. Let's just pretend we did. Like, I want to know if you're a can I do this whole entire move? Like, let's just pretend. This is bear porn for the bears. You bears want to see some ugliness? Let's just pretend we did this again. Now, I'm not saying we're doing this again. Look at that. I mean, look at that right there. Look at how that sets up. You see how that sets up? So, are you prepared as a bull? Could you handle us making a move down to 39.89? I want to know if you can. I want to know if you have the protection to do that. The other thing you could do too, I guess option 4 would be that if you're an investor and you just don't want to deal with this bullshit, you just wait. You wait for a confirmation to move higher. You miss all this like extra juice. You're right back on track to what we had in the future. Right? If you're one of those bulls that's like, hey, we're going north. We're going to crank back and we're going to go through the moon. Sure, you don't need all this to gain all this back here to be making tons of money again. I mean, after a month or two, it ain't going to matter, right? You just wait for us to trade back up above and start hauling ass higher. Otherwise, there is some danger here. So you could just buy some, March 18th in the money put spreads. You don't make them February 18th, make them March 18th. That's where it takes us to. Did you guys see where that takes us to, that little structure there? Oh, that takes us to February 28th, I think. So I don't know what to say to you. So that's it. That's all I've got for you. We're going to both open the market this morning. We're green right now heading into the open. It's kind of funny right now. I'm wondering how the market makers, the dealers are kind of fucking everybody this morning. Your puts aren't printing, right? And what's funny about this morning is how is Amazon up like 200-300 points, yet the SPY is down, right? It's kind of hilarious. You've got all of tech up right now, and tech's, it's okay. It's up 22%, but it should be up monster. So this makes me think that the dealers, market makers, they're going to do a wash on everything as we open the market here. That's their plan to me. And so if that's their plan to me, then I think that today's a day for you to just start to think about positioning. Get yourself a piece of paper and a pen. Get out options profit calculator. Talk with your battle buddies. That's what we call them in the Army, right? Your battle buddies. Talk to people you trade with. And be like, what's your plan for this month? What do you think Captain's talking about? Is he crazy? And this doesn't mean that I'm bearish. It means, even if we trade higher, right, have that protection on. Because of where we are contextually in the market, you can lose that money, right? And still trade higher from here and break out of break higher and keep trucking along. But don't get caught with your pants down in this month. Don't get caught coming back here and, don't come back here in February 18th and be like, don't come back here on February 30th. And we're trading down in the low 400s. Be like, I'm dead. I'm back. I have to get a job at Wendy's. They provided knee pads out by the back dumpster. You guys don't want to be doing that. And when you guys will know when we're bullish, when we're not bullish, right? You guys can sit back and trade comfortably as a bull and trade this higher, not even care. Because you know that you have protection in case we do trade lower. Yeah, so it's all suspect this morning. Yes, yesterday was all suspect, and I think their plan still includes more of this bullshit. It's the dismantling of the market and buying in where they want to. It wouldn't shock me. Dude, I wanted to tell you guys something this morning. Would not shock me, right? Hold on, I got to open up my, I got some, I went back in and bought more calls yesterday. I sold calls. Dude, we went up what, 50 points? I sold that shit. Took profit. Then I rebought again. I bought some more 460s for I think 14 cents or something, 15 cents. So we'll see what those are doing today. How ugly those are going to be. I'm going to take a break here. For a couple minutes, I got to set up my trade station so that I'm ready. I'll set up the SPY for you so you can see where we are, where we're headed. And I have to make my own plan too. I have to see how I need to be positioned so that I can, hold on here. I haven't considered what my plan is. There was so much going on last night that I haven't considered what my monthly plan is until basically last night today. Been thinking about it. So with where we are and what's been going on, it wouldn't surprise me to see the dismantling of big tech, the rest of big tech, while buying bottoms in big tech. It wouldn't be shocking to not see Amazon drop anymore. But nothing significant. It might drop slightly with the market as we trade down, but seeing other companies get whacked that are overvalued, that haven't had a bottom. Maybe you see some light weakness in trading sideways on Facebook. Yeah, like an Apple gets whacked. Or a Snow, or a Shopify, or an Nvidia. I know that like fundamentals and there's always going to be shortages. Yeah. You know. We saw it happen with Facebook, right? So we're going to open it up real quick. See what happens. It is 9:30. Yeah, the calls that I bought yesterday after the bell were 15 cents. They're now worth 2 cents. Market maker said, thank you for playing, which is fine. I'm totally fine with that. We made great money yesterday. So I'm fine with that. Matter of fact, I'm going to hold them into the close just in case we trade up today. I'm going to give the bulls a chance here. They have a chance to, this is pretty much their last chance. Today, tomorrow, or today, Monday, next week maybe. Even if we were to trade sideways today, burn the market, and trade sideways into next week, they're going to get, I think they're going to get one more chance so that we can break out of this. If we don't break out of this, we've got another month of volatility. I mean, that's the facts. If we don't break out of this trading pattern that we're currently in, then expect January once again, believe it or not. So I'll give the bulls today and maybe some trading sideways decision-making time next week. But the runway runs out fast, right? It runs out. We talk about this every month. Runway runs out by the 8th, 9th, 10th. We're already on the 4th. We'll come back here on, what is it, the 7th, right? Or I mean the 6th? The 7th, right? We'll come back on a Monday and the 7th. Then runway just starts burning up. And so it's the kind of a do or die for the bulls. So I might add to those calls actually this morning and see if we make a move higher. I'll give it one more chance. If we still have some 440s and 442 put spreads for the 18th, I just had one set of different put spreads that I didn't sell on Friday. Sold one set, held one set. So we'll see what happens. But we are setting up. If you're just tuning in right now, right, pause the broadcast, go back and watch the beginning of this broadcast. It's critical that you know that you may have already known this, but maybe you didn't. I don't know. But it's important that you understand that the plan for the month of February is just shaping up today. How are you guys doing this morning, by the way? Give me that 22. All right, give me 5 minutes. I'm going to turn on the trade the news behind the screen. I think I can do it. Yeah, I'm gonna hold on here. I need to pause this for a minute, okay, guys? Because I have to mute this real quick. Give me just a second. I have to log in with some credentials here, and I can't have you guys seeing my credentials. Give me 1 second here. Sorry about that. I didn't log in to trade the news this morning. Hold on. So get this up and running for you while I set up my trade station here. And just a moment. Get us rocking and rolling. We'll get my AI, my bot. So I have a partner here with me this morning talking about the news.
You're listening to Trade the News.
There we go. Rock and roll. All right. Here. Back up and running. I'm going to bring Trade the News up. We should be good to go. Just test it real quick again, make sure we're on. Make sure we're going here.
Broadcast quality.
All right. Got a good broadcast quality going. So we're good to go. Yeah, no, Facebook being down 3% is not a big deal. Not in the grand scheme of things. So when you have to look at what banks are doing right now. It's a good point, Chaz. I want you guys to think about the market from the perspective of a bank. Their time horizons are not the same as yours and mine. If they're down 3% today, it's just noise. If they go down another 30 or 50%, not noise. But they're going to trade the market, and they're going to invest in the market, and they're going to buy the market until it blows up. Be warned of that. Be warned that the banks will stay in to the very end no matter what. They have to. And not only that, money has to go somewhere to make money. And their horizon is different. They can stay in for 6 months, a year, 3 years. They don't care. So consider that when you see what they're actually doing in the background is they're buying the market. That's what they're doing. Every time we're down, every time we knock something down, they're buying it. All right, so I'm gonna set up my station here. I think we go up today, to be honest with you. I think the Bulls have the benefit of the doubt. They don't have a lot of runway this month to break out of this this trading pattern. If they don't break up above, they got like today. They might have a couple days next week to do it. The longer that we trade sideways and consolidate over the next, let's call it next 3 to 5 trading days, and they don't do it, we're moving down. There ain't no two ways about it. The setup is there. Get some negative here right off the bell. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna pause it. I'm gonna pause the mic real quick. Take my headphones off. I'll leave my headphones on. You guys don't care if I leave my headphones on, do you? I'm just gonna set up my trade station real quick. Just to note that bears are already setting up on 445p. Those are at $1.95. I don't know that I'd be willing to get into those just yet. I see oftentimes in the morning you'll see the algos position on both sides of the trade. But just be aware of it. Keep your eyes on 445p expiring today, February 4th. There's a bunch of calls as well. There's a good call spread this morning on February 4th. But unless I see the algos jump ship on the other side, just watch it for the maybe the first 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so, and see what takes place. Also of note, VIX looks like it's burning off this morning. Pay attention to the VIX today. I did talk last night about we have an event that ended. De-risking from dealers. I'm going to watch the VIX. We should trade higher. I haven't sold my zero dates. I'm holding on to them. They were worthless. They were like 14 cents. Now they're worth like 2. So I'll hold on to them today, see if we can at least gain something back. So right off the bat, we have NVIDIA calls February 11th, 250C for $359,000. Some SPY calls February 4th, 447C for $485,000. DWAC February 4th, 85C for $92,000. Looks like we got it's really wonky on the banks this morning, like Wells Fargo calls, but then I've got a BAC calls, but then a ton of other puts against the banks. Some Twitter calls. Everybody's up on the Twitter the past couple days. February 11th, 37C, $275,000. More SPY calls. February 9th, 454C, $133,000. Amazon calls. February 4th, 3100 for $600,000. Mixed bag on banks, all over the place in the banks. More Twitter calls. February 11th, 37C for $500,000 on Twitter. Woof. Watch Twitter. I'll bring up Twitter on the list this morning, see why there's still interest on Twitter. That was a big beep, wasn't it? Pretty gnarly beep. We'll watch Twitter right off the gate here. There's more. Let me see if I can see anything interesting here. More forward puts out the gate. 1.5 or $1.1 million spread across a bunch of sweeps. March 25th, 17.5C. Calls on the Qs, calls on Amazon, $1 million in calls on Amazon. February 4th, 3150C, $830,000. Calls on the Qs, February 4th, 354C, $186,000. Viacom with a bid, February 4th, 34C for $11,000. More Qs, NCLH SPY, Apple calls, Qs calls, Ford calls, believe it or not. Looks like there's going to be a battle of the Titans on Ford this morning. Tesla calls, baby. Tesla. February 11th, 1000C, $172,000. Roku calls, February 18th, 165C, with a pretty good algo score on those Roku calls. February 18th, 165C, 178,000 high algo score. See if I haven't seen anything else in a high algo score. Yeah, mixed bag on Ford so far. And let me look and see where the largest bid is off the bell.
15 minutes or so into the trading session, the Dow up 17, the S&P up 16, the NASDAQ Composite up 111. The Russell 2000 is in the red, so seeing some lagging in these small caps with the move up in interest rates. Crude futures also extending to new highs, 92.70, coming off a high of 92.93.
I don't know if you guys know this or not, but when crude is up here at $92, it's a huge resistance zone for oil. So I'm going to take a look at oil today, maybe taking a short position on oil or on one of the energy companies or energy indexes. Should be a source of rejection. Amazon with the most calls this morning, but it's still relative to the price. They're number one. Number two is SPY for calls, then Twitter. So look at Twitter now real quick. Then BAC, then QQQ, then NVDA, then CVX. Not a hell of a lot of put buying today. Just as a quick snapshot, first half an hour of trading or 20 minutes, it's 9:48. We'll look to see what the price target is here on Twitter. Price target's 38.58 before you hit major resistance. It's a nice trade right there. Not a bad trade. Let's see if we can add a bigger add-ons. I'll let you guys know what the trade is, or at least from the bullish perspective, what the trade is. Looks like we do have a hero indicator, which is nice. There's a bounce below here. At 34, looks like that's where the buyers are, right?
Minutes at the top of the arrow, we'll get Canada IV Purchasing Manager Index. No estimate. Prior was 45.0.
Trade on Twitter is February 11th, 37C. Twice. One for $500,000, the other one for $275,000. I'm going to be able to ride those coattails up. claiming 37C. It's really nice in the money. It's right here. Kind of not a bad trade. Reasonable. Look for, if you don't want to take it, just jump into it. Just look for a low of 34 to 26. If you don't like a lot of risk.
And just in geopolitics, seeing a statement here from the UK Prime Minister's office that after meeting with German Chancellor Scholz, the two underline the need for allies to deliver a clear and consistent message to Russia. Statement from the UK Prime Minister's office.
Ukraine should just lease its country to us for a year. It'll be clear. Crystal clear. Shouldn't say that. Looks like buyers down below on the SPY at 446.66. Resistance above at 448.39. Hopefully we can break through this and start making our way higher. Calls on Apple. Oh, scratch that. Calls on Amazon. Calls on BTU. Here we go. Let's start with BTU. BTU, April 14th, 15C for $70,000. I'm telling you, that's wild. Just seeing those calls on BTU into April. I don't know about those calls. Suspect of those calls. Amazon, May 20th, 3,500, $1.5 million. HP, March 18th, 35C, $716,000. I like the cut of that jib. March 18th. A little bit of time on there. Some of you guys are looking for time on a trade. If you guys look, I can't bring it up on this chart, but we look at the HP chart real quick. See if I can see anything. Nice long trade there. Already at $30. If you break out a chart, if you're like a long time, you want to buy some stock or something, and look for a trade, right? Just in stock. If you look at HP, it's currently trading at 30.97. It's been following a trend up since January 24th. Looks like it regularly dips. If you want to set an alert on your own charting program, hold on here. I don't know if you know this. Some of you traders might not know this, but most charting softwares, you can snap a line and it'll alert you when it comes back to it. Looks like this morning we're going to have to bounce there. But you're looking to buy today, if any chance of buying at 29.89, already at 30.72. It's been in a consistent uptrend since January 24th, regardless of market conditions. I don't know that I'd buy calls on it, but it's trending up. Actually, and then before that, it was trending up from back in December 31st. HP is the ticker. Take a look at it in a month. Nice little turn here down at 2093. It's already up to 3072. And it looks like it could squeeze here, actually, right where it's at right now. It's looking very bullish, by the way. Traded down below its normal trading area. It is coming right into a point where it could squeeze higher today. If you open up a chart that's like 6 months, you can just see where it's trading here. It's fought its way back. I like this trade on a longer time horizon. HP. Next one is NVIDIA, March 18th, 270C, $488,000. Also have someone interested in pins. Has a decent algo score. February 18th, 30C, $48,000. ON, February 11th and February 18th. So February 11th is 60C, $78,000. March 18th, 58C, $182,000. Interestingly enough, as we were just talking, I thought that BTU trade was a head scratcher. Next up is XOM, right? March 18th, 77.5p for $452,000. I'm going to tell you that that's probably the trade of the morning. XOM, March 18th, 77.5p, $500,000. I like that trade. If you open up a chart of light sweet crude, right, of oil, and you just take a look at where it's trading, it's coming into a pretty fierce resistance level. That doesn't mean we can't trade higher from here, but there's a fair chance we bounce off, ricochet off, and trade back down, find some consolidation, and make another move higher. So I like that trade. XOM, March 18th, 77.5p, $452,000. IWM, February 11th, 200C for $555,000. HP is just cranking right now, too, by the way. Just blasting off. HP literally on blast off right now. Let's see if there's any resistance. We'll look at HP. Not an easy one probably to see. Take a look at HP next. Just like blasting off. See what's going on with HP. See what's going on underneath the hood of HP. Just smashing and bashing right here. Nice. Looks like somebody wasn't expecting HP to take off today. Sellers here right at 31.39. Getting close to a quick top here. Ooh, nice. If there's a break above, if they grind through here, clear skies above. Some volatility in here between here and 33.35. But if there is a move, there are slightly more sellers here. Whenever these come in, I always try to like wait for it to come back a little bit. Let's see right here is a little bit of sellers here at 31.43. Take some quick profit. Look for some kind of a pickup again above 32.78 or so. Or wait for a rebuy down below here. Let's see if we can firm this up. It looks like these buyers are right down in here, 29 bucks. Big buyers at 29.71. There you go. Remember, those HP calls have a long time horizon. What's the horizon on those? You want to make sure that you track the interest in those calls. As long as they're in those calls or rolling those calls, HP should go up over time. Find out where those calls were. March 18th, 35C, $700,000. Be wary on the banks this morning. See a lot of mixed trading.
We see crude futures back at session, up close to 3% on the day and another new 8-year high.
Another thing to keep an eye on this morning is XLU, XLP, XLV. Looks like XLU sold off. Hang tight. was interesting. I think it was SMA Trader or something yesterday mentioned home builder ETFs. DHI is down this morning 4%.
Canada IV Purchasing Manager Index at 50.7, up from 45 prior.
Lennar is down 3.5%. That's LEN. NVR is down this morning 2.65%. Those are all home builders. DHI, LEN, NVR. He's talking about those getting whacked next, I think. I'm going to check HD next and Lowe's. See what they're doing. Yeah, look at Home Depot is not looking too healthy either, is it? Got a price target on Home Depot of like 348. Look at Lowe's next. Keep your eyes on home builders ETF. Someone made a note of it yesterday on Twitter. Lowe's in the same boat. I'll give you all those tickers once more. DHI, LEN, NVR, HD, and Low. Home builders, ETFs, tickers, that kind of stuff. Or just the whole sector. Snap calls. February 4th, 40C for $23,000, but it's got a decent algo score. SPY calls. February 4th, 447C, $136,000. NVIDIA calls. March 18th, 270C, $512,000. Oxy calls. February 18th, 43C for $80,000. Oil, FOMO, baby. More snap calls, February 4th, 38C, $105,000. All right. I think I've done everything I want to do. Let's look at the economic calendar for next week real quick and just take a look at what we're up against. We know we don't have another Fed meeting until March. Monday, we have consumer credit at 3 p.m. Interesting. We have international trade at 8:30. Small business index at 6 a.m. on Tuesday. This is all Tuesday stuff. Real debt year over year, 11 a.m. on Tuesday. Wednesday, we've got wholesale inventories. Thursday's claims, continuing claims, CPI. Thursday should be a volatile day. Consumer sentiment index. 5-year inflation expectations on Friday. Are these dates right? Yeah, I've got these dates right. That's good. And of course, we've got OPEX on the 18th, I believe. Not really a loaded week next week. Not that I can see so far. Thursday, probably the biggest. Consumer credit matters on Monday. That's at 3 p.m. All right. That's what I've got looking forward to for next week. Should trade higher today on SPY. That's my anticipation, is that we trade higher. The Bulls have one more chance. Their runway is short. They have a lot of put flow burning off today, too, in a day. Yeah, there's airline puts across the board right now. Or airline puts. I meant to mention that earlier. There's a bunch of airline puts. I apologize for not mentioning that. That's the other thing. We talked about personal spending, right? Personal spending is a problem. We've been talking about that. It's been a topic we've discussed all week long, right? They've bought everything, all their consumer goods. Americans have, right? Americans are not spending money on like services, right? And this morning on CNBC, they even mentioned they're looking at, we had inflation in goods, consumer goods. You're seeing construction builders and Lowe's and HD, Home Depot, that inflation trade on consumer goods was the hot topic, right? And now we're seeing that positive trade go away. But now you're looking at consumer services, the cost of consumer services, right? Like the cost to go places. Remember I told you that I skipped a trip this year due to even versus last year. Prices last year versus the prices this year are just insane. And then you know that you've got your friends and family telling you they're going and doing all this stuff out there, but in reality they're not. And the price of doing that stuff has gone through the roof. And that's the big thing or the big part of reopening this economy and getting it motivated and going is that you need consumer spending. It's critical to our economy to continue to function. You need people back at work working. Or if you're a bull, you need people back at work working. You need people spending money. You need the banks to be providing free money so that you've got people trying to make more money for rich people, right? We're talking about the trader hat on here, not the Main Street hat. That's how our economy runs. Now watching some dip buyers in cruise lines, QQQ calls, February 18th, 375C for $331,000. Cruise lines, right? CCL has some calls coming in. NCLH has calls coming in. All dip buyers. Piton's financials will just be a picture of Elmo with flames. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what can Piton say? I'm still interested. I haven't looked yet at yesterday's put flow on IWM. I was wondering if you guys are interested in, do we still trade the big caps over the next week or two? Do we stay focused on the SPY, the S&P, or do we shift over away from the S&P and the Qs and we switch and make a shift over to IWM? Are you all interested in trading out of IWM over the next 2-3 weeks? You guys interested in that? Yeah, I'm still in run. Still in Piton. Still some SPY put spreads. Got some little laggards. I'm looking at some, you got some real mixed bag, like on a Friday. If we don't crank into the close, it's like 460. It's really weird. Like these will be worthless in the next hour or two. Calls that I have will be worthless. Or I'll sell them for the 2 pennies And then we'll crank up to 460 like right before the bell, and they'll come right in the money for like 15 cents. I could have made my money back. I don't know if I just lose the 2 cents or if I just take the 2 cents and lick my wounds. So you guys are saying? Hey, Jason. Good morning. How are you, brother? Good to see you. Yeah, I'm interested in maybe shifting over to IWM. It could be an interesting trade the next few weeks. All right. So I'll spend the weekend. Yeah, that's true. AV for me, it makes a good point. If we are selling IWM, will be the nail to the hammer or the hammer to the nail. Yeah, 10-year rates to up there that high is not
rolling
good.
over a bit. S&P slipping into negative territory. NASDAQ composite still at 0.6%.
The IWM small caps and mid caps. Yeah, I was wondering where you had it, where you disappeared to. Is there an HVAC trade show this week in Vegas? Did anybody needed their pipes worked on there, Jason? How was Vegas, Jason? What was your take on Vegas? Feel weird still, or is it feel like nothing, like we're back to pre-COVID? I love trading IWM. I usually will slip out of SPY and Qs and focus on it for like a month or so. I was trying to come up with like an HVAC joke, but I don't know many HVAC jokes. But I will trade. I do trade small caps a lot. Not anymore. I haven't traded small caps since September. SPY's been where it's been at for me. Tons of money to make, but I think we're getting back into that ER season, that IWM. It's gonna be an interesting trade. Yeah, I don't gamble. I don't play cards in Vegas. Like I'll do like the penny sluts or something like that to burn some time. I go to Vegas. I'll use it as a stopping point. But I have friends that live there. I'm just interested if your viewpoint on what Vegas seems like versus in previous experiences I'm assuming you've been there before. It's quiet, but people are showing up. Hell yeah, Cody. Yeah, Trade the News does some pretty decent shout outs. Not 100% of the time, but a lot of their shout outs are pretty good. I'm assuming, too, that when they make those call outs, people are paying for that information. So we get to ride with them. SHOT Show in Vegas was apparently pretty quiet because a lot of big manufacturers didn't go. Anytime, Cody, brother. The Joe Harper was just talking about some trade shows. He attends trade shows, and he was saying that he's had a lot of them cancel or go remote. Just saying he's in there first week in March. Oil stocks are banging. All of energy's been banging. It's been the easy trade. I think Joe was in a bunch of oil stuff, gas stuff. He's been in like a bunch of gas trades for the past couple weeks. More Oxy calls, February 11th, 45C, $27,000. CVX 140C, March 18th, $4.5 million. It's really weird to see these calls in financials. It's a sign of health in the market. Also seems like, let's see here. Yeah, like XLP is not really doing anything today, which is good for bulls. XLF. Let's check XLF real quick. The XLF's catching a bid today. That's a good sign for SPY today.
More color from Royal Caribbean saying they see a return to profitability in the second half of this year. Romeo Charlie Lima. Omicron weighing on first quarter, lesser extent early second quarter.
Yeah, watching some dip buyers just before Mikey, our news guy this morning.
Expects a net loss for the first half due to Omicron.
Shopify calls February 11th, 875C, $700,000. More SPY calls, all for today. February 4th, 449C. Just heads up, there's a lot of SPY calls, a lot of QQQ calls, all stacking up for today. Financials look good today. The doom and gloom sectors of SPY are not doing so well today, which is good. Usually when those are doing well, SPY's not doing well. I think 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. Uber calls February 11th, 37C, $216,000. I don't know if I talked about Mr. yet, MSTR.
ECB's friend saying it would be illogical for ECB to hike its key interest rate at the latest by next year. Speaking in a press interview, and Ren saying it would be logical for ECB to hike its key interest rate at the latest by next year.
What? A year? Did any of you guys watch the CPE? Charlie, hold on a second here. Yeah, CPE, February 18th, 55C, $356,000. Still oil trades, though, crazy. Like XOP, February 11th, 107C. February 11th, 107. The strike is 107C. XOP, $870,000. They're pricey. They're not cheap. Sometimes, though, stuff's cheap for a reason, or expensive for a reason. Did you guys listen to CNBC this morning? I don't tune into CNBC too frequently anymore. I try not to pollute my brain with CNBC, but I will tune in here and there. And I listened to the jobs numbers this morning from them. Everybody looked hungover. Not everybody, but half of them looked like they turned it on last night. But then just the wildness of speculation. And of course, the numbers weren't what they expected, or the insights in the numbers. And then you got one guy calling for 50 basis point rate hikes. Another guy going, you know that ain't happening. And the other guy coming back and saying, well, I know it's not happening still. There's a low chance of it happening, but it's a little bit higher than lower than it was before. That was hilarious to hear. I don't know. I just thought it was hilarious to listen to the conversation on CNBC. This is supposed to be the financial news network of the United States, right? It was a fucking disaster. I don't think anybody really cared. RCL now climbing, spiking off those two shout-outs on dip buyers on cruise lines. And then you heard Trade the News also talk about some positiveness to bad earnings. Looked like a little pump in RCL and probably Norwegian Cruise Lines and the others. Runs up 5%, baby. 5.3%. Come on, run. You can do it. XOM up 3.19%. XOM's just green barring it straight up this morning. Tesla's not doing too bad. Could be a squeeze play if there's enough runway in Tesla this morning. My assumption is that's the... No, I always hate trading Tesla on Fridays. You got like a bet for shorts to close. So you have like this early morning trade usually on Fridays. You get the shorts closing, you get some short squeezes up on Tesla, but then you've got people trying to take profit. So you end up usually getting like a shoe drops at some point. We'll take a look at Tesla real quick. Now at 448, 41 in SPY. Tesla. I gotta stop pressing the delete button 4 times. That's what makes that bleeping noise. That blue. Or what I should do is just get on this computer and turn off all the sounds for the system. Amazon, May 20th, 3400C, $700,000. Twilio, TWLO, February 11th, 240C, high algo score, $34,000. Dude, Amazon's just stacking calls right now. Stacking calls. March 18th, $32,000 for $600,000. Talked about that this morning. Yesterday was manufactured to drop tickers. Same thing for Facebook. Same thing for Amazon. Drop them to where they want to buy them. Cut out all the noise for earnings. Earnings reports, right? All I heard was people bitching yesterday. At the end of the day about how fake the ER report is for Amazon. And earlier yesterday, we talked here about it. I told you guys yesterday, I said, you've got a story for why a company is selling off for ER, right? We talked yesterday, XYZ, and they sell off. XYZ, they sell off. XYZ, they sell off. ABC, or like Google, right? Let's say they're ABC, we trade higher on Google. But then the next time you hear XYZ on a company and it doesn't sell off, it's because they already sold it down. They bought where they wanted to buy. Banks bought at 27.33. They're in before you. Does that mean we don't trade down further? No, we probably will. But they're in before you and they can get out before you because they're in at 27.38. And so they ran that operation. It took place before their actual earnings report. So you can see that earnings reports to some extent don't really matter. They do if there's something unknown, but the banks know where they want to buy it. They know where they want to sell it. They don't care if it sells before or during ER. They already know. It's part of the manipulation of this market. It's our job to identify when they've done that, right? Some support down here, 446. Literally matters. Look above and see where the real sellers are, or if there are any. Yeah, not much here. We're not looking at much on SPY. Looks like a day to set up whatever viewpoint you have on the market. There's loads of calls coming in on SPY. Or excuse me, on Amazon. LVS, Las Vegas Sands. high algo score. Las Vegas Sands LVS, February 25th, 45C, $800,000. Got the bulls trying to break through this 930, 950 area. I don't think it happens. I'll be honest with you. Looks like there's even more sellers even lower. Nope. Yep, still up there, 935. Same situation over here, 890. I think even if the bulls can do it, do they really get, what do they do? Break through 950? Next target, 1,000? Maybe. Looks like day trading. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Buy the dip, sell the rip. We'll look at the figure add-ons. We'll look at the hero. No, I don't need that. All I need to do is close it up. Same as yesterday. Buy a dip 880, 900 or so. Trade it up to 930, 935. Sell the rip. Pick it back up again, and I wouldn't pick this back up again until you break through 950. More SPY calls. February 4th, 449C. Amazon starting to rip. Might take a trade or add more. I don't know if I'm going to add 460 calls. One, two, three. Hood puts 15p, February 4th, 11 grand. I'll look to see if there's one more quick dip here on the SPY and might take some calls. Yeah, there's a nice concentration of calls on the SPY. 450C, 60,000 contracts. Right, currently trading at about $1.15. And at $1.14. Might be a nice trade in the bell. I'm interested in it at some point here. If I can get one more bounce. Let's look at book map on it and see if there's any resistance. Riot calls, February 4th, 15C, $200,000. What's going on here? Get some freezing.
We're calling from Royal Caribbean saying they expect positive EBITDA and operating cash flow in the late spring, and that their operating shifts will be cash flow positive in the first quarter.
Look at that nice SPY dip. I'm going to probably buy some calls here in just a moment. Those calls at 450 are now down to 72 cents. I can get them at like 60, almost at 60 now. See if we can get a nice buy-in on this. Oh, I'm missing. Hold on here. Oh no, go down to 69 again. Shit, I might have missed the buy. They're at like 68. I'll try to snag some of these real quick. 450 Cs. Tag below on the 200 SMA. Some oxy puts coming out. Come on, give me that dip, baby. Give me the 60s. Just a couple more seconds here. I want to see if I can grab them at 60 cents. I missed there was like a 69 cents buy-in on those 450s. They're now back up to like the 80 cents mark. Sometimes I'll sit here just in an option chain on a day like today. Just watch the price of whatever everybody's in. Watch the ebb and flow of the price of those contracts. Throughout the course of a day. Chewy puts April 14th, 45p, $1.3 million. Come on down. Give me 69 cents. Give me 69.420. All right. I'm going to wait and see if I can grab those. Still patiently waiting. What's going on with this? I don't know what the fuck is going on with Bookmap this morning. Having some issues. Wonder if I've got a. Wouldn't shock me if I've got a antivirus ring in the background. I'm having some connectivity issues this morning. Just heads up. $446.08. Yeah, it's somewhere down here. These dirt cheap calls. See if there's anything hiding down below here.
Colombia finance minister saying that the economy will grow 5% this year for Colombia.
we go. Give me a dip. I don't know what's going on with this. Give me a dip, baby. Right there. Give me a dip. Down to 60 cents, 59, almost closer. Nice and cheap. See if we can break below here and get them even cheaper and grab them for like 30 cents. Some support at 445.05. You can look below, see if there's anything else down here. A little bit of ice here at 445.04. Have an order in for 47 cents on 450C. See if we can grab some of those. I'm in now. Just filled. All right. It's a minute, 47 cents on 450C. Expiring today, February 4th. Could go lower. But I'm feeling they'll go up a little bit today at some point. If I have to, I'll add some more down here, like 443 if we keep dipping. Just keep adding to the position. Have some SPY puts coming in February 4th, 446P. And SPY puts coming in 441P, $98,000 and $269,000. Some Tesla puts coming in February 4th, 890P, all day trading stuff, $173,000. Dip buyers on SPY, February 4th, 446C for $93,000. See right here. Might trade down to 444.28. We'll see. Just a quick day trade into the end of the day. Usual stuff, right? Trade from 443 all the way up to 448, up, down, into the close. All right. So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to leave up the trade the news so we can have somebody talking at this point. And then they're below VWAP. It's the usual suspects. You guys have been trading with me long enough that you can see this, right? There's usual range we trade in for a day like today. We'll trade up, we'll trade down, we'll trade up, we'll trade down. and then we'll either sell the market or we're going to go higher into the close, depending upon your viewpoint. Take some time today. Chew on. We'll do a couple things. Take some time today. Think about your viewpoint overall in the market. If you are just tuning in, go back to the original broadcast from this morning. We talk about our viewpoint on, or my viewpoint on where we are in the market for the rest of the month, for the month of February, and how I'm going to position myself. And we're going to, over the weekend, I'm just going to look more in depth in the rest of the earnings reports coming out for the month of February. Try to map out whenever it's critical and its impact on the IWM. So maybe we can do some focus on IWM this month as well. I'm interested. This is an important, it's just not so much big caps, but small and mid caps. It's more important because a lot of those small companies are missing their targets already. The small ones that have reported, and so I'm interested to see if that continues on when we start getting large groups of companies reporting day in, day out on IWM. Yeah, and so I'm just setting I've got a line snapped basically at 443. Got another line snapped here at 444.97. Looks like the ceiling is 448.72. So I'm gonna just trade in here. Just trade by the dips, sell the rips, trade by the dips, sell the rips. And I'll leave you guys to it for just a little bit here. Looks like VWAP trading. Could be wrong on that, but we'll see. I'll check back with you guys in let's see, what time is it? It's 10:42. I'll check back with you guys if there's any kind of a huge, I should note too, there's a couple sets. It's like the second or third set.
ECB's rent seeing rate hike at the latest next year, just being reiterated the earlier comments recirculating there from the ECB's rent.
Just heads up, I've seen two or three sets of calls on TXN. They're coming in consistently all morning. TXN, February 18th, 172.5C, $200,000. Yeah, I'm having some issues. We've got some snow and ice and shit today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my camera off first so that I'm not using as much juice here. I'm going to turn my camera off here and see if I'm going to turn my camera off.
For 45 minutes or so to the European cash equity close. European equity markets remain under some pressure here, down about 1.75% in the DAX, 0.8% in the CAC 40. Rates continue to track higher. The German 10-year yield now at positive 21, close to 22 basis points on the day, up 8. The 10-year BTP is up 11 at 1.75%.
If you're just joining us, I urge you to go back and look at the start of this morning's presentation, where we just discuss where we are in the market in regards to the year, a pattern that's been shaping up for the next month and possibly into March.
Vizio accelerating their advertising technology investment, expanding a team to meet growing demand for direct-to-device advertising experiences.
That's VZIO.
Victor
Vizio.
Zulu India Oscar.
VZIO. Vizio. Yeah, and watch the first part of the program this morning so that you can start to position yourself into the next few weeks.
Airbus AAR in Paris, France, and Quebec, the province of Quebec, have reportedly reached an investment deal for the A220 jet program off India Romeo trading in Paris. We're about 30 minutes now, 30 minutes to the European cash equity close. The U.S. 10-year yielded 1.93%. We're touching the highest levels going back to the end of 2019, and the 2-year has now crossed 1.3%.
wanted to add another note that I added 4:30p expiring on February 7th. 4:30p expiring February 7th.
Known for Workhorse and Oshkosh, seeing a Senate Democrat is urging the U.S. Postal Service to conduct a new review of that contract for delivery vehicles. We did see volatility in the name yesterday as well, both names yesterday as well. That the White House was pushing for a delay in that $11.3 billion USPS Oshkosh truck
for cone cranes and cargo tech. EU antitrust regulators reportedly ready to approve the tie-up with conditions.
Just a note that watch XLV calls come in 9:16. That's September 16th, 126 C for $4.4 million. It's a place to hide money in the market, or perceived to hide money in the market.
Out of Washington, D.C., the U.S. House has passed a bill to better compete with China. The vote on the bill is to boost U.S. chip production is ongoing. IPO ACLX opens for trade at 19, priced at 15, Alpha Charlie Lima X-ray. Treasury Secretary Yellen is speaking at after coming out of an FSOC event, saying the FSOC has made progress in assessing risks from hedge funds, and they are studying any impact on the hedge funds on overall market stability. U.S. Commerce Secretary Raimondo asking Congress to quickly negotiate a China competes bill.
update from Ford saying that they'll idle some plants through the week of February 7th due to global chip shortage. Includes plants in Chicago and Wayne, Michigan. IPO Nuvectis NVCT opening at $3.95. It priced at $5. November Victor Charlie Tango. Fed Chair Powell at the FSOC meeting saying that SEC money market rule plans could reduce market vulnerability. Treasurers Macron saying they'll go to Moscow to consolidate recent positive signals regarding Normandy format for Eastern Ukraine peace talks.
President Biden commenting on the jobs report, just saying America's job machine is going stronger than ever. RKT, Reckitt in the UK, said to consider the sale of their infant nutrition business, said to have been formally gauged buyer interest for that unit, and it has drawn interest from private equity firms as well as some of their rivals. This report saying it's in early talks are in the early stages and may or may not lead to a deal. Romeo Kilo Tango trading in the UK. GANX Gain Therapeutics outlining key objectives for 2022 following its inaugural R&D day.
Tegna, TGNA reportedly in advanced sales talks with Standard General. Tango Golf November Alpha. Reportedly, deal would be valued around $24 a share. Apollo is backing the deal according to the report. Tegna halted on a circuit breaker. Just a reminder, a few weeks ago, there was a report that Standard General and Apollo were near a $9 billion deal for Tegna. For Mesa Air, MESA, seeing a CNBC report that they partnered with TL Capital to invest in startup Regent. Michael Echo Sierra Alpha. Energy REI holders reportedly plan to discuss ways to increase value. Romeo Killing. Rick. Romeo Echo India REI. Tango resuming trading at Tango Golf November Alpha. Ring Energy REI William Cruz. On this, echoing the same report, 13.9% holder William Cruz saying he plans to discuss ways to increase shareholder value in a 13D filing. Romeo Echo India. White House press secretary saying U.S. focus now is to work with partners in case Russia invades Ukraine. Reminder at the top there, we'll get the weekly Baker Hughes rig count data.
All right, I'm going to get close to cutting loose the call side. They're bouncing around almost 80 cents here. Looks like this is where the resistance is. 448.55. You're going to stay in the call side if you want to look for a second. Yeah, I think that's about it. We've got some puts as well for Monday. 430 Ps. I'm going to add to those right now. Even if we continue to go up here, I need to put some protection on, make sure that I'm safe for Monday. Here, I'm over here with you guys. Hold on a second here. Do I think we can sell or push through the sell wall? I'm not really concerned about it. I think today, or I think days like today become you're like panic buying and selling stuff like that. I'm looking more towards the end of the month. And it really doesn't matter if you push through the sell wall. Yeah, you guys should never be. Well, I don't promote to take too many longs or shorts without protection, especially where we are right now. You know what I'll do is I'll take a moment here. I'm going to go through. I just finished reading this. So I'll read this to you. You tell me what you think of this. Hold on here.
LWAY introducing new line of adaptogenic functional.
I think even if we push through, we're still in.
Whiskey Alpha Yankee.
I think it's dangerous to not be or not have straddles or strangles in the market right now. So my point or my view is that if you're making a trade right now, you should be able to take, let's say you take an option for $1, then you take 10 cents on the other side of that trade as insurance. If you don't think that your dollar trade that you're taking in the direction that you want it to go can't make 100%, then why bother taking the trade? You don't have to make a print. Just, does it make $2? And can you live with 90 cents out of that dollar that you spent because you put on some protection at 10 cents? So if you have protection on, yeah, you can stay in the trade for a higher trade, right? If you think we're going to break through the sell wall here at 448, 57, your second choice though too would be to you just take profit here and then you jump back in above 448.79 and ride it higher. You don't get messed up inside of this grind, right? It's like a whole bunch of complications with that argument. Like, do you think we break through? Sure, but why not let the banks break us through, then pick up the trade again afterwards? Or maybe you're saying that we break through here, and then what if you get caught in some consolidation? You're going to lose all the value of whatever you purchased anyways. So I don't see any reason as a retail trader to care about whether we break through this wall or not. For right now, take the money and run. You know that we're at a resistance level, so even if we break through, it's a good place to add to some protection that you have for a downward move from here. Hope that makes sense to you. It's not that we can't go higher. It's that you take the money and run. You pick it back up if you're still bullish here, and you can add to a protective position. I think at any point today you could get a rug pull. Today, tomorrow, you have a runway for bulls. And this is the other part. I'm giving benefit of the doubt to bulls today because they only have so much time to make a move higher. As the days progress here, Friday, over the weekend, Monday, Tuesday. If you guys all recall as well, I think the first Friday of the month of January, we had a rug pull, I think, over that weekend. Let me look at the 5 days here. If you go back to this week, let's see here. Where's Monday? Look, I think the first was Tuesday, right? So the 31st.
Academy Sports ASO getting a mention on unusual opportunities.
We have a green week setting up at least.
Nigerian on CNBC, Alpha Sierra Oscar.
Looks like we at least have a green week setting up, which is nice. The green week is positive for the bulls. I mean, this is all a kind of like a do or die situation for the bulls. If you want to change the narrative that we don't sell down here between now and end of month, the bulls only have so much runway. They've got, today, maybe a few days next week. We are putting together a green week. It is a lower high, though. It's not like we got a new high, like 458 was our high earlier this week. So there are some positives here. We did so far have a lower low today versus yesterday. To make this more of a neutral day, we need to have a higher high than we did yesterday, which is 452 and some change. So I'm not anti we go up today. I'm just saying you're a retail trader. You just take your money and run at resistance, which is over here at 448.60 or so. You let the banks do their thing in here. Let them break above and then look for a move higher. You're going to grab that move higher from here. Sometimes you'll jump above and it'll just start consolidating again. So maybe the second move is later. So you take your profit, add to your protection heading into Monday. Because even if we close a green week here, you could have a sell the news event between now and even next Friday. So put some protection on as you trade this higher, is the point that I'm trying to make. You shouldn't be riding this market just like I'm holding calls or I'm holding puts, anything like that. And, the other part of this market, too, is Theta Gang's getting wrecked. I was reading a conversation yesterday about Theta Gang. Theta Gang's getting torn up right now. So if Theta Gang's getting torn up, you as a bull or a bear or holding just one side of the puzzle, right? If you're just, I've never used more straddles than I have as of recent, like straddling the market, because I think that the volatility levels in the market are so high that there's a rug pull at any moment, there's a rip at any moment waiting to trap you. And how many of these happen in a day? How many do you get right as a trader that you eventually get ground down to dust? So I think the straddles, as we've talked about, straddling the market is just key, especially when you're in a high right now. We're in a high up here at this 448 level. Talked earlier this morning about being range bound until a decision is made, either up or down. So the expectation today would be we trade back down to 443. I'm not saying that happens, just saying that, we're up, down, up, down, up, down. You make these kind of moves here. Take your money and run on the side that's printed, and then add to a further downward position with some of those winnings. And then when you're ready to take the next move higher, wait for a move above, again, 448.75, and you take the next leg. Next part would be, I'm going to read to you something from Spot Gamma this morning. This was their report. I'll just give you the lowdown on it. It says futures have broken lower to 4480. This pushed our Gamma index to the negative side. And with that, our volatility estimate shifts to a high 1.92%. We see resistance at 4525 and 4556. Support is at 4450, then 4397. Negative Gamma is poised for high volatility, as is the elevated levels of options implied volatility. That can work both ways. Yesterday's data in our hero indicator, real-time option deltas traded, was very negative, as discussed last night. The negative deltas registered were quite large and spread across both big indexes and stock leaders, Apple, Facebook, Google, and Tesla. Additionally, or accordingly, the cash close was quite ugly as the market broke sharply through the key 4,500 support level. While Amazon's earnings provided after hours futures boost, that has faded. All eyes are likely on the 830 jobs report. However, the report plays in the options position, which is already poised for large movement. At this point, the call Gamma at strikes above is not significant. And that's a key note, right? We don't have significant outside the money, far dated calls on the big indexes. So if markets can break 4525, the Gamma based resistance above is fairly light. The put strikes both at the money and below have a fair amount of Gamma. You can see this in the image below. Whatever. Doesn't mean nothing. With that said, the downside risks remain quite elevated. And this is what's key. The downside risks remain quite elevated, as we outlined in yesterday's AM note. If the market slides lower, it's likely accompanied by an increase in implied volatility. It increases downside dealer hedging requirements, which pressure the market lower because we have a negative Gamma position. Any macro or fundamental non-option-based selling would likely be met with additional dealer selling. The risk remains high as long as markets are below 4525. We're still below 4525 right now. While we have focused on and give edge to the downside risks, we must acknowledge potential exists for a sharp upside move to 4600. Puts being covered in sharp reduction in implied volatility do offer potential for a violent rally. So the point that they're trying to make here is that you're going to expect, if we're below 4525, right, which we're seeing resistance here at 448.62, right, that you take the trade up to this level, you take your money and run. If we get above, and let's just say the 4525 level has moved down now to 4462, you just wait until we jump back up here to this 448, above this 448.74, then you ride this higher to 4600. And they're also noting throughout the morning note this morning that there can be violent moves. So we're up here right now. Their implication is also that if we don't break above here, that you could see a violent selling move down below at some point. And that's when we talk about runway. How much time do we have to make something like this happen? So I would take your profit and then wait for the next leg above. Or just stay in the trade And if you see the value of your calls burn off while we are breaking through here, it'll be a way to write yourself a journal or a diary. Should I have stayed in this trade, or should I have taken the money, or would I have made more money if I took the trade to this level and then re-entered later on? Just keep a journal of your experiences. My experiences have been, if you do this 10 times in a row, you're going to more than likely lose 3 to 4 times. I'll make a point in note here as well. The 450 Cs that I had were worth 80 cents at one point. They're now down to 66 cents. So had you taken your money and ran, you could re-enter the trade on a bullish bias for higher. Now you're kind of stuck in your trade. You're stuck in a risk scenario that you may or may not go up from here. So you're layering your risk on. You're doubling the risk that you need to take on here at this point, if that makes any sense. So in a directional move, if you're buying 0 dates, 1 dates, 3 dates, there's no intrinsic value inside those options. You want to take them for the run. And you buy them in an ABC or a 1, 2, 3, right? As let's say the ETF is moving down and you're expecting a swing higher. You put on your risk, right? You start to average in. If you let's say the ETF is at 440 and it trades down to 449, but you know it's going to 445. Let's say you start at 440, you grab some calls, dips down to 439, you grab some more calls, and as you're heading back up, you grab some more calls. You have a nice cost average basis, and then your target, let's say, is 445. So you ride it up to 445. You have a target in your mind where you think it's going. You're watching Bookmap. You can find out where the resistance level is as you get close to there. You take your money out of that option, the value that was taken, and then you wait for the move higher here. You let someone else do the work for you for your next price target above. So if they were saying 45.52, and let's say this was from this morning at 9, or at I believe they released it this morning at whatever 6, 7 a.m., not 8 a.m. They're usually late with it, but you adjust for the day here at this. Now I'm assuming that the 452 is here at this level, but then you pick it up from this point forward, once again and move higher. And all along, we're in a negative environment, right? The market's in a negative environment. There's nothing bullish about this market at this moment. We have to trade much higher to become actually bullish. So protection is the key. It's critical to save your accounts. If we continue in this market too, let's say for the next 2 months, you'll get shaken out without a doubt. You won't last. You'll burn. I don't care how big your account is. You won't last over the next month or so. So you'll see here, I want to show you this too. So the 450 has just popped up to 80 cents once more, right? And we're going to see if they stick around at 80 cents if we make a break higher here, and see if they wean off on their value again. You should be watching the options chain of the option that you're in, and just see the ebb and flow of value within that 0 date, and see if you're able to take profit here, or see the volatility that we encounter in these resistance levels and the danger that's involved in this. You match these up also with traditional charting methods, right? If you're looking for 1, 2, and then a move higher, or if you're looking for up here and you get one tag, two tag, and we end up coming down, and you can apply the classic charting techniques and setups along with bookmap. I also use volume profile, stuff like that, and options flow, of course. But you are looking to see if there's any rejection here. And then let all this work be done. Take your money and run, then get back in above and take it higher. Does that help anybody out there? You know, the further point too would be, if you made this run with us up here on these calls, you take the money and run. Let's say you spent $100 and you made another 100, so you're out with 200. You shouldn't be trading for your second trade with $200, right? You should be just skimming off some of that money for a better setup, and especially if you want to re-enter this trade a second time, it's always good to take profit and use smaller amounts of money for your trading, so that you're not ultimately blowing up your account. Yeah, let me explain this again one more time to you guys. So let's say, the calls that I bought this morning, I think they were 46 cents or something like that. And then they dipped down, I think, to 26 or 36 cents, added some more on there. We bounced off that bottom at 440, I think it was 443 or something, right? Yeah, 443, we bounced off there. So dollar cost average in there. Let's just say that the calls cost me $1. And I'm riding them up. I have a viewpoint that we're going to go to 448.55, right? That's my target price. So I run those up for 100%. Meanwhile, I'm going to buy some 10 cent or 20 cent or 30 cent puts a little bit farther out, maybe than on Monday. And so I have to, that's a cost of me making that money on this run up here. If that makes any sense to you. And then if you do this 10 times, 12 times, or just 10 times, you'll find out how often this setup works for you. But I assure you, if you just, buy calls and hope and pray that we're going to tag 460, that, you're going to blow your account up at some point. That's how you blow accounts up. We're not about blowing. We can't be talking about zero-date options and not talk about the risks involved with trying to just maxi everything out all the time. And then you end up roping other people into that trading plan, and they blow up their accounts. Look above and see if there's that 460 target. Let's take a look here. So a little bit of resistance here at the last bit of resistance, or heavy resistance, is at 453.72. Light resistance at 455 and 456. Price target above is at 460. Nice break above from 448.73. Watching nice calls coming in across the board. Lots of QQQs calls coming in, SPY calls coming in. Qs are all around today, 358C. So 24358C. And then February 4th on SPY, February 4th, 448C. Also some SPY February 4th, 444C, and February 7th, 454C, all on SPY. More calls on SPY. February 4th, 449C. UVXY puts February 4th, 15P. QQQs 361C. That's for today as well. And then lots of Tesla calls starting to come in as well. Tesla calls dated for today, 920C, 950C. And a ration of PayPal calls coming in February 4th for today, 128C. Lots of calls coming in the casinos as well. Seen Las Vegas calls earlier, or excuse me, Las Vegas Sands. Now MGM calls. February 11th, 45C for $111,000. High algo score. Those PayPal calls had high algo score as well. Also make note of 448, 58, 448, 75. Someone here make a note of a support level here now. More SPY calls coming in February 4th. 444C, $500,000. February 4th, 449C, $119,000. February 4th, 449C, $95,000. Not quite seeing the resistance up here, but we'll look and see if there actually is any resistance.
Aerial
UVXY
and Advent and Centerbridge offer for Aerial
puts
has
February.
lapsed.
Hold on a
Alfa
second.
Romeo Lima, Germany.
Waiting for all these to come in. UVXY puts February 4th, 15P, $33,000. Have almost a golden ticket. TQQs February 11th, 60C for $141,000. More Tesla calls. February 4th, 925C, $124,000. That's a double rack of those. We're at $141,000. Oh, scratch that. We're on $124,000 and then $159,000. February 4th, 925C on Tesla. More calls on Twilio, TWLO 190C for $46,000. Also calls for Caesars Entertainment, CZR, February 11th, 80C. High algo score, $200,000. Caesars, 80C, February 11th. NVIDIA calls. Nice calls across the board on tech. I don't see the resistance up here. All these calls are in the money, but let's take a look above. See if there's any hiding resistance above here. There's some ice here, but this is mostly just volatility. Next major resistance is at 451.96.
Commerce Secretary saying on semiconductors, without funding, firms will build their chip plants elsewhere. Saying the semiconductor supply chain remains fragile.
Supply chain.
This after the House passed the China competition bill that includes billions of dollars in funding for semiconductor facilities in the U.S.
Was that just a political threat for China? They would move. But originally that was because they wanted to diversify from Taiwan. They were going to build some semiconductor plants in Arizona. Tell you what. Also, more Tesla calls. We'll look up Tesla right now. 1000C for $81,000. We'll let Tesla load up. There's a little bit of ice up here that's hiding on the SPY. Look closer. See if those sellers are still there. It doesn't look like they're there anymore. Maybe they're just higher. They're hiding. There's some small volatility here. This whole area is kind of volatile, but 451.97. Mark that as a minor resistance above. Also note that we have a nice buy program on right now. One other note, this morning we started the day on a neutral put to call ratio. It's slowly creeped up bullish all late morning, early afternoon. We're now up to 82% bullish. Put to call ratio is now 0.43. We have 253,765, so basically 254,000 calls versus 110,000 puts. like there's some minor support on the SPY at 449.29, 448.62. First price target is 451.90.
KSS activist McCallum reportedly seeking control of the Coles board at Kilo Sierra Sierra. Again, earlier today, Coles provided an update on unsolicited bids and adopted a shareholder rights plan. Kilo Sierra Sierra. McCallum, which has about a 5% stake, confirmed a letter to the board in late January.
More SPY calls. February 4th, 449C for $97,000. We'll take a look at
Commerce Secretary saying we're in a dangerous place regarding semiconductor.
I think that whole semiconductor thing stemmed from the risk of China invading Taiwan and wanted to diversify. It's the same setup on Tesla. Be careful up here on Tesla right here. It's the same kind of a thing, right? Buying that dip down at 900, trying to bash through lots of volatility here. This 930, it goes from right here around 925 all the way up to 950. Definitely a danger zone. Day traders are very aware of this in the market. Now that you buy down here and you sell up here, just be conscious of this. For Tesla trader, I think this has played out a few times recently. $930, $933, $939. It's a lot of traffic here on Tesla. Here indicator is positive. Remember that area below here on the SPY. Let this load up. My internet sucks today. We have a lot of icing going on around here. I'm assuming that we're having some internet issues in where I'm living. No issues while it was snowing. We first got rain, then snow, and then it's all kind of frozen up. Where's that little support area down below? Somewhere in here. Looks like they've come up a little bit, though. Also of note today, HYG calls February 25th, 84.5C. Also watching lots of HYG and JNK dark pool from yesterday coming in throughout the day. It was noticeable today in dark pool activity. Also watching all day long today puts on energy, individual tickers, and now XLE. They're all dated late March, early April. So lots of outward looking bearish bets on energy. into late March, early April. Any traders that like long trades, looks like there's some rollover expected between now and March, April in energy. Most of the bear or bull plays on energy have been close dated, but just now starting to see some further dated out bearish sentiment to energy. Alpha calls coming in. 2 sets sweeps. February 11th, 177.5 for $61,000 and $65,000 respectively. More Tesla calls coming in. February 4th, 900C. Those are dated for today. $509,000. Looks like some kind of a signature. Another signature. Tesla, March 11th, 1180C. $101,000. About 135 contracts at $7.50. Here's a good one. Any of you poor traders, Facebook, February 4th. Facebook, February 4th today, 240C, $20,000. $20,000 on 40-cent contracts. Amazon, February 4th, 3250, $294,000. Everything's dated for today. or not everything, but a lot of stuff today is dated for today. Just be conscious of that. Another rack on Amazon, June 17th. This is good to see. You want to see these. June 17th, 4,000. This is Amazon, June 17th, 4,000C, $229,000. Now coming up on that resistance area pair. Looks like some of these sellers are coming down, hiding out at 450.88. Just a note that there's more Tesla bulls stepping in right now. Tesla 211-800C for $1.3 million. Watching more PayPal, QQQ, SPY, SQ, just lots of, generally speaking, tech calls. Earlier we shouted out a TQQ, almost a golden ticket. Go back and give that one to you again. That was TQQQ, February 11th, 60C for the high algo score. I think we called that one out at 7 past the hour. There's some sneaky sellers hiding up here at like 450, almost 451. Not blue skies. All this ice here is just volatility. Price target should be 460, maybe slightly lower if the sellers came down from 452. If that volatility level came down. Yeah, it's kind of still here, isn't it? Kind of still a rough area here. But that would open the door to 460, I think. Some resistance at 456. A little bit above it. Normal places. But ultimately 460 is the target right here. Let me know if you think if we slide down here into, you guys are looking at a regular chart here with a little, I've got this set up with a little, bull wedge here from like 7 p.m. last night, then the first peak this morning at 10:18. You can see this nice snap above where we are. Do you think we trade back down to a bounce off 446.83 and then move higher? This is a usual setup right here. These setups, you'll see us trade right higher right here. We'll get weak, trap some bulls in here, fade down into like the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock hour. Then we rip higher once more for a tag higher. Maybe we can squeeze all the way to the top. We have these setups often. Look at a chart on the SPY on a daily chart. Time of day, 1:28 in the afternoon. Sometimes we'll get some, sideways movement here, trap some bulls, require more money spending to take us higher. Still money coming in though. I mean, we got SPY calls just came in right now, 450 Cs. For $100,000. SQ, I'm just wondering if you look at a chart right now, do you think we start trading sideways? With that little capitulation move they always do, dip low, everybody panics, but you grab that dip and run it up to, 455, 460 into the bell. Let me know in the comments. I've been looking. This whole setup for today is a pretty common setup. Well, what I'll do is I'll take a snapshot of it and put it on Twitter. See if you guys know what I'm talking about. Seems like a common thing when you're day trading. You see this setup right here. Some kind of nonsense like this. Excuse my crayons. I'll post this on Twitter right now. It's on @CaptainsAlpha. Or do you think we sell off into the bell? I guess that's the second. Maybe we have a fake pump up. I think we do drive up here into 460. And one pump, two pumps, and then boom, big 3 pumps up into the close.
Consolidating now after the latest run up. Nasdaq up 1.7%. The S&P up more than 0.7.
Yeah, so you just heard our boy Charlie here say that we're consolidating. So he's kind of confirming that same theory. A little bit of consolidation between now and, I want to call it like 2. It's 1:30 right now. Maybe we consolidate to 2 o'clock, 2:30, and make a run higher. And I don't know that guy. He just came out and said it after I said it. He can beat it. I'm just popping in and out of calls. Every pump that we take, I take some calls, then I sell, then I take them again, then I sell. This is the I've done 2 sets now of calls. I'm gonna look. I just posted on Twitter. I'm gonna look for a buy right where that dip is down there. I'm gonna start re-entering again. And if I miss it, I miss it. But I think there's a false breakout here coming up. But what I'll do is I'll try to catch this dip at some point. Look closer on my Crayola lines. Probably, yeah. So I'm going to try to grab this dip around like 2 o'clock, 2:30, and then maybe right around the 3 o'clock hour. And I'll average in for a run up. I've got a bunch of, I just added more puts for like pennies, I think. What did I just buy? About a bunch of February 7th 430 Ps in case there's failure. I'm up to, I don't know, a few hundred. So yeah, I've got a bunch now. I just bought at 6 cents. Actually filled. Been buying them all day long. Just adding them. So if this fails, I'm protected. And I can take the run up again for a trade higher. I think we could squeeze up to 460. So we'll see if that happens. If we can squeeze higher to 460. I'm going to bet that we consolidate somewhere down in here, back at that 448 level, maybe even a slight more capitulation if it drags out. And then we'll take a run up into the close for 460. I'm going to check back with you guys here. I don't think it's going to go right now. I don't think it's going to rip right now. So I'm going to get off again. And if I see this trade sideways consolidate, when we start making this move up, I'll come back on again for the next run. Okay. And we've got more Netflix calls coming in. Lots of tech calls coming in. Spread around. SQ, Netflix, Tesla, Amazon, Facebook. It's nice that it's spread around. Maybe we do just rip higher now. It's possible. But I think it's a fake out. If you're asking me, I think it's a fake out. Be more consolidation. It's going to look like a breakout, and that's going to consolidate. We'll make a run higher. But I've been wrong, so if you guys want to false the wallet, you have right at it. Oh, sorry, I'm looking. Okay, I'm back. I'm looking at the chart right now. Sorry, I'm looking at charts, and then I'm looking at you guys. Let me scroll higher and take a look at the first few minutes. It's weird. I think if we push higher to L, I think if we, how we do this sometimes is like we'll push high. If we push higher above like 450, this whole like rough ice zone in here, Al, if we break above it into close, you can sometimes, you ever see that creepy crawly wall where I just crawl up for the last 5 minutes? Sometimes you'll get a quick dip at the last 15 minutes or so. Then you like crawl the wall of worry all the way up to 460. I mean, this is it for the bulls. Like the bulls have to get up to 460. And if the cash market can't get us over that huge resistance, that resistance channel we have going back to the beginning of January, the only chance to get over it might be having the futures send the market over to take a look. We weren't able to take a look. Yes, it was yesterday, day before, and for us to take a look above. And sometimes futures will do it for you. Just that one last look. Are you sure you want to go down? Because you're talking about an entire month. I'm not saying we won't trade down for an entire month, but it could get brutal. There's some like things that need to happen for the bulls sooner than later. And if they don't happen, triggers some really ugly market moves. Can I pull up CRM? Yeah, I'll pull up CRM for you. Your wife's boyfriend, of course. I won't get off right now real quick. I'll read what you guys are saying and see if I can help you guys out. I brought up some CRM here. Yeah, when you hear me talk about like these setups, right? I've been trading these setups for like 12 years. So, I don't know. I don't know what some of you guys are saying. We were like a magnet to this number. Like I've been trading this shit for so long that it all looks the same after a while. The same similar setups. They've been burned too many times. Like we could trade straight up from right here. But this setup specifically, right, is we have it once a week. And they usually fail. They don't fail like fully. They usually consolidate for a period of time, for an hour or two. And then we trade higher. Yeah, I keep adding to my 430s. Absolutely. Cost of doing business. Hands down. I don't care if they burn to the ground. As long as we keep going up too. If we keep going up to 460, then just what's 6 cents? I know you guys lose more than 6 cents on your trades. I know you guys lose more than 30 cents on your trades all the time. So what if you're going to buy some protection, might as well. Moonshot into the weekend when Mun VIX bounced off 23. I'm getting some problems with my chat again. Let me scroll back up here. I'm trying to scroll up, right? It's getting really weird. Like chat is not doing it. Let me see here. I'm in and out of calls. Every time I get to resistance, I sell calls. I don't know what the large block. Uber's on a tear. Nice. It's hard to trade like you. Get burned. Yeah, we'll end up. What we'll do is we'll trade sideways here. You guys, what you'll do, typically we'll do is we'll trade sideways and down. There'll be some panic. You'll fold. You'll end up higher into the close. You'll actually see. Well, I'm not saying this is going to guarantee to be happening today, but you'll end up seeing like this creepy crawly all the way up the wall into the close, and that's typically like shorts closing out the weekend.
You're listening to Trade the News.
Yeah, Omar, I saw your stuff. I saw your message, Omar. Yeah, so we had a big snowstorm out here, and my internet again but I think it's snowstorm related. I'm having some slow internet for you guys. I'm having like lag in the book map today. So I turned the camera off so it didn't tax as much. Yeah, these, so if you guys look at, oh yeah, I was on video earlier. I had the video on earlier today. If we get closer to the end of the day, we always do this wrap. We'll have a cocktail together, and every Friday we have a cocktail together. I'll put a hat on. I'll put a new hat on today. We usually have a cocktail on Fridays, so we'll have one today, of course. So just take a look at that. I think I post that setup pretty frequently on Twitter. Probably every Friday. But it's a pretty common setup. So what does that mean when you have a common setup, right? If you're a day trader, that means you're anticipating something like that happening. It means that there's other traders out there that are anticipating something like that happening. It means like it's not just me, that there's like other people that are expecting something like that to happen. Does it mean it always happens? No. Does it mean I might miss it? Sure. But if it follows that pattern frequently enough, and let's say we do trade down, it means there's going to be a bunch of people interested in buying that dip on a rip up into the bell. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Right? So you're looking for those patterns. If you see those patterns, you start to look. I didn't really see much on CRM there, buddy. I just deleted that on you, your wife's boyfriend. I apologize. Wasn't thinking. Hold on here, brother. Look at that again. My bad. You got a little bit of this resistance here at 451. Got some more at 452. Some sellers you got to wear out. Just wearing out these sellers. Wear out these sellers for a little bit, then take a trip much higher. Yeah, lots of Tesla calls coming in still. Tesla 211,950C, $425,000. Tesla February 11th, 1060C, $51,000. Can't tell if this is like just OTM call buying or if there is some news coming out that we don't know about. We'll leave this one right here. I want you guys to be able to see these resistance levels as we trade higher here. 450.95, 451.89. So you guys can see this in case we come up and bounce, and finally make that nice rip up. Now, so what happens with, so normally it's like if I'm just running bookmap on any computer, I've got a Core i7s. They're fine for bookmap. They can run 8 gigs, 10 gigs of RAM, no problems. And I'm separating my video card with from my bookmap, my streaming. But I've got a lot running on this one computer. I have a lot of other shit running on it. I've got some aux stuff for I've got some for my microphone. Then I've got a professional camera. So I just have lots of processing going on. And then I'm using Streamlabs OBS, which doesn't have, it's kind of a fat pig. I should be running OBS Studio. And I'm just going down the rabbit hole now on it. More calls coming in on NVIDIA. SPY calls coming in. The push is on. 450C for $80,000, $95,000. Maybe we do make this mad rush above. It's possible. Maybe we make the mad rush to 452, then trade sideways, and we're off to the races to 460. It'd be kind of cool. But I'm not in calls right now. not in calls. Too risky for my blood, believe it or not. QQQ's February 4th, 359C twice for $84,000 and $164,000. PayPal calls February 4th, 125C for $58,000. Tesla calls. Man, Tesla's just getting tons of calls on it. Hell yes. Tesla bulls don't care. Right at the top at 9:30. So we're going to look at CRM real quick. We're going to see if Tesla bulls can actually break through here, because this is a important level for Tesla bulls. Your wife's boyfriend. You're at resistance, man, at 221, 222, 224, 225. Look above real quick. See what's above for you. Price target's 230.42. We'll look below and see where support is at on CRM. Got some decent support down here. 215, 213, 212. 210 ultimately. If it does fall, look for a buy at 210. CRM smashing and bashing, trying to break through some resistance. We're going to check out Tesla. I'm interested in Tesla because this has been a point of contention for Tesla's been working on this level for a period of time. We want to see if Tesla bulls can get through this. Nice bash and smash and grab above here at 451. And you just saw this. These sellers pop above here at 451.93. On the SPY. Take note of that. Once Tesla's loaded, we'll switch over. Check in on the Tesla gang. Make sure that they can get through 9:30. I mean, this is like almost a perfect trade on Tesla today. Pick it up at 881, ride it up to 9:30. If you look at the Tesla chart, this is basically the trading zone on Tesla. 881 to 9:30. Some Neo puts, February 18th, 22p, $188,000. Let's take a look at Tesla and see if they can break through. Kind of a hard rejection here. This is nice damage done over here at 925. If any of you guys are new to the channel, this is what you want to be looking for, right? You see all this. This is all light resistance. Then you've got larger resistance above here. 929.89. Just hard rejection. Not a bad thing, though. We'll look higher.
The movement of U.S. forces that has been outlined by the White House.
I didn't catch that. So there was a previously announced deployment of U.S. troops. We talked about that, right? They're going to get moved from Germany to, I think, Romania and Poland. I guess they arrive in Poland tomorrow. Lots of buyers on Tesla today. Here indicators outstanding. smacked right at the top here at 930. Have more resistance above here at 934. We'll look higher, see if that's still that viable. 950. Their price target is 950. All kinds of volatility from here to 950 on Tesla. VWAP down below at 923. Be careful of, it's not that we can't trade higher here. Just be careful of profit taking here. Now, 448 wasn't really the level. Looks like this is for 452.15. This actually matches what the spot gamma was saying. This is the actual volatility level. This is the rejection point. That we should squeeze higher above 452.0. This says more, slightly more, but you know it's close enough. We'll see if we can get a squeeze higher above 452. We'll stay on the SPY. Watching more SPY calls come in. February 4th, 450C, $74,000. TQQ, 211.65C. Well, this is back up on those TQQ almost golden tickets that we had earlier. So they're TQQQ 65C, $56,000 high algo score. Amazon calls May 20th, 3400 C, $1.3 million. Very nice. Like seeing it. Like seeing the bulls take some initiative here. I guess you would need Tesla to participate, right? In the end of day, if we're going to go up to 460. Maybe that's the trade, right?
Texas Instruments TXN filing for a mixed shelf, Tango X-ray November.
Quinn's all pissed off. Is he in here? Is Quinn? I just saw a text or a tweet from Quinn. Or can I downvote that tweet? That Quinn's tweet. Let me look at that. See if I can downvote it. Someone was saying you can downvote now. Replies to your posts. That's terrible. You can downvote posts or you can downvote comments on Twitter. That's crazy. I don't even know what that means. Like, I didn't even, everyone's been talking about it, but I haven't been paying attention. I've been too busy to pay attention to Twitter recently. And then last night I saw some people commenting about downvoting comments or something on your posts. Not sure what that's all about. Quinn's making Bitcoin go up. Oh, he's here. I didn't downvote you, Quinn. I would fucking never downvote you, brother. Ever. I was just breaking your balls. I was wondering if you were here or not. Yeah, Quinn pissed off too many maxis. Are you getting raw dog today, Quinn, huh? That sucks, bro. Josh is up 200% in Facebook calls. Right on, right on. So we'll see if we're gonna trade sideways here or not. TQQ, February 11th, 65C for $56,000. That's a follow-up to the other one for 50. It looks like a mirror trade. Facebook, February 18th, 262.5C, $107,000. SPY, February 4th, 448C for $183,000. Lots of SPY buyers stepping in here. We might not wait. I mean, I got to say, the SPY calls coming in, they're just loading the boat. They don't care. FOMO to the max. February 4th, 452C, $39,000. I'm still not buying it. I'm waiting. I might miss part of this trade, but I'm always suspect of this time frame, 1, 2 in the afternoon. I always feel like I get trapped in here. I get them start like want to get pumping, and then I like dip. I like buying dips. I'm a dip buyer, not a top buyer. we planned for the Bitcoin jump today. Say as our withering. I wonder. I don't think I've ever done. I've given some people laser eyes before. I don't think I've ever done Quinn. He might have had laser eyes at one point. A couple times Quinn's had laser eyes. He changes his profile all the time. Keeps working out and getting more muscular every day. Oh yeah, so we're seeing these TXN calls earlier today, right? And we've been seeing TXN calls all morning. And they filed a mixed security shelf. Looks like they're selling. Yeah, they're selling shares to pay off debt. Probably pay bonuses. Bunch of TXN calls all day long, and they start selling shares. Too funny. Yeah, buy the rip, sell the dip. Exactly. Is SPY a short here? I don't know if it's a short. I know it's probably. I think it's still. Even though we had that quick rip up, I still think it's consolidation. I'm not in this trade here at this point. The long side of this trade, I'm not in it right now. This is a trap to me, even if it's on a short time frame. So I'm just waiting for the quick dip and then the rip into close. Although there is a lot of calls coming in across the board, and I can't deny that. Calls coming in all over the place on tech and on the SPY. On the Qs, across the board everywhere, which is good. So we could bypass the afternoon dip and go just straight north. But it would be breaking one of my trading rules. I'd rather miss this part, rip north, and then pick it back up again. But the thought process is we consolidate, we trade higher. If we can break through that 452, 453, 454, that last area up here, we can break up this area up here. You can't, you see that sneaky Pete. We end up climbing the wall of worry the last 15 minutes or so. Sometimes we get that another quick capitulation, but a short covering rally straight up the wall to 460 into the bell. I think that's possible. The bulls don't have a lot of options. The bulls are kind of in a corner right now. The runway is running out, so to speak, between now and next week. It's kind of a do or die situation if you're a bull right now. You kind of have to be up and over 460. If you can get to 460 at the bell, then we know futures can send us over or send bulls over regardless. Because if we don't make it over, let me take a look at a bigger chart. But if we don't make it over, we have some dire consequences, right? We're starting to trade that next down leg. Anticipation will be that. People will be looking for that. I think most people know this, what we talked about early this morning. Yeah, I haven't looked at my run calls. I've got those on a different platform. Hold on. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. Can I get 26.97, please? That's all I want is 26.97, and I'll call it a day. Fuck yeah. Fucking diamond hands. Where is... I love that Piton as well. It just keeps going down and down and down and down and down. Just keep trading down Piton. Show me $10. What else am I looking at here? Lows. Go back and check on Lows. They got a bounce. Home Depot got a bounce. Blend doesn't look too hot. DHI doesn't look too hot. XLP looks like it's rolling over slightly. XLU does too. A larger time frame. That's that same. More SPY calls coming in. February 4th, 450C, $82,000. Google calls coming in. Goog, baby, Goog. February 4th, 2900C for $44,000. Yesterday, I read a tweet from someone, had like, a million followers or something, that said that there's a new, or that Fangman stocks can't have 3 to 5 time multiples out for the next 5 years or something. But there's a new class of tech stock that's going to replace Fangman. But he didn't list what tech stocks they were. And I was left scratching my head. I was going to comment and ask the guy, well, what are they? And he didn't list them. And I didn't feel like, I felt as though if he wasn't going to post what they were. I wasn't going to ask. If you guys, so that's a question from me to you. Just as a thought process, right? As a thought exercise. Think to yourself, let's say we're not going to get high multiples off of the current Fangman stocks anymore into the future. We're talking like 5-10 years down the road, right? If you had to pick the replacements for Fangman, do you think there are replacements for Fangman in the next 5-10 years? Yeah, I'm down on Run. I need Run to hit. What was my price target on Run? It's like $27 or something. Got a little bit more to go on Run. I basically needed to hit $27. Oh yeah, was that Peru who did that? Yeah, that was Peru that did that, right? That's who it was. Did he put a... Did he actually put out what those fucking tickers were? I didn't want to be a dickhead. I know I'm a dickhead, but I didn't want to be a dickhead and be like, well, if you're gonna post this, then tell me what the companies are. I mean, it's pretty ball. I mean, if someone's gonna say that, I didn't know that he was a Tesla Q bear or something. I don't follow him or anything. He just popped up in my feed, and I was like, "All right, that's cool." But what companies are they? I was like, "Tell me the company." Oh man, look at Facebook, dude. Just killing it. February 4th, 245C, $96,000. Facebook, February 4th, 245C, $90,000. Facebook, 245C, $131,000. More Q calls coming in. Qs, February 4th, 360C. Just tons. You know, the only scary thing about this is all these calls are for today. All these expire today. It says Peru did this. How? Yeah, that's what I remember his name now. You guys posted it. I just want to know what
CDC panel backing.
Hold on.
Approval for Moderna's COVID vaccine for people 18 and older. That follows FDA approval.
Yeah, so what's the deal with this Peru guy? Is he like a Tesla short? Yeah, I don't care if he is. What I care about is what are the companies? Tell me what those companies are. Because I'm like, I tried to think about it last night. I did like a thought exercise. I was like, if I had to pick 5 or 6 companies that were going to replace big tech right now, what would they be? And I mean, I get the future of the cloud security. I get that. I get the idea of genetics and financials, fintech and stuff. But like replacing the body, like the wheels, like the phone. Who replaces the Apple phone? Who replaces Google? Who replaces Microsoft for software? What? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. Maybe Roblox would be on that list. Maybe. Yeah, Facebook's just banging. Banging. Yeah, I think Facebook could get. Jesus makes a good point. Jesus making a great point. He said, I can see Facebook and Netflix getting replaced. That's a fair point. I agree with that. Google's going to be a tough one. Facebook's banging, dude. Snow is his biggest conviction. You know what I don't like about Snow? Snow's scary. Snow's just looking for some profit taken. Yeah, I think Netflix could easily be taken out. Is Hutch gone? Oh yeah, so I didn't know that Andrew left. Is that true that Andrew left was raided by the FBI? They were having some shit go on, right? They were having hearings yesterday, I think. Everyone's getting subpoenaed over what happened with GME. That doesn't surprise me that he got raided. If he got raided, it doesn't surprise me. If Left got raided. I know there's a bunch of shit going on right now with that stuff. With GME. I read a bunch of... There should be some others getting raided here soon, too. You know who else is on the hit list right now? Is Hindenburg Research is on the shit list. They're probably going to jail. Fair chance they're going to jail. I agree with that. Wave 5 will be insane. I think Wave 5 will be insane for the market. I just don't know. When we just make those statements, though, you can get wrecked between here and there. Wish I was rated. It would help clean my house. Yeah, you know, Palantir could become like a. Could become. I mean, I figure Amazon with AWS would be one of those. Google with AI, but they're already there. Amazon's already there. Who's going to replace AWS? I don't know. Who could do that? Who bought $10 fuck you puts? Jesus Christ, Josh, where the hell did you buy puts on what price did you buy them on? Me and Joe keep adding at every rip. We keep buying more. Palantir. They remind me of a company. I feel like they're going to turn in. I think Palantir to me is going to turn into more like an aerospace or defense company. I don't think they actually become like a tech growth company. More Twitter calls. Twitter, February 11th, 35C, $415,000. Twitter, February 11th. Did I say 12th? February 11th, 35C, 2 pairs. One for $415,000. Next one for $877,000. Definite bid coming into the market right now. Woo, Twitter. Another rack coming in. That's a couple $1 million right there, boys and girls. 35C, February 11th on Twitter. Just cranking calls on Twitter. Dude, another $500,000 on Twitter calls. Wow. Keep an eye on Twitter right here. Huge money coming into the market across the board. Fucking Piton calls. I hate day traders. Because I know that it's boiler rooms trading Piton right now. Fucking Piton. I need Piton to crash like 50% at ER is what I need. Fucking Piton. Facebook with a ripper. Straight face ripper. Twitter's probably next. There's going to be a rip here. I would expect Twitter. I just watched like a couple $2.5 million, $3 million in calls coming on Twitter. It's a lot of calls. Oh, here goes that trap on the SPY. Here goes that SPY trap. Tag and bag the bulls. Tagging and bagging these bulls. Got to rope them in. Need more money for SPY to go up, boys and girls. Insert coins. Insert coins for SPY to go back up. Do you want to continue to play? I know this trap. I ain't messing with this. I'm not messing with this SPY trap. I know how these SPY traps go. We go up. But we were definitely trapping some people first. I know how this goes. I don't believe him. I ain't biting. I'm waiting for my next buy-in.
Equity markets pairing gains. The Nasdaq still up 1.8%. The S&P up 0.75%.
Don't worry, Charlie. I know it was a trap, brother. I heard you. You said consolidating earlier. I was listening. You said it after I said it. You affirmed my belief that that was a trap. I made you laugh, Omar. Put more coins in. Right on, Willie. Pamp it for daddy, baby. Pamp it. Shoulda. No, you're locked in now. All you guys are buying calls up here, you are now required to roll more money into your longs so we can get to 460. Do not capitulate. Do not capitulate. Yeah, I can show Tesla, of course. So, same story with Tesla, though, right? We know that the buy the dip is at 881. We know that the sell the rip is at 930. We know it's Friday. We know day traders know that. That doesn't mean we don't trade higher. There's a lot of bid coming in the market right now. And if you're in the bull thesis, if you're like, hey, I'm a bull, end of story, I'm a perma bull, then your thesis is that this is do or die. You literally have today, maybe a few more days, maybe. The scary part about the timing right now is oftentimes they'll make you believe that you're going up. They'll lead you on from like today to Monday to Tuesday to Wednesday. And we start getting around like that 10th, 11th, and they just rug pull it on you. The runway runs out, and then it's down for the count. You're like loaded up, and they give all your money to the bears or OPEX. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm saying that don't get caught in the like where you're fully ported, and then like 3 days later you're still fully porting, and it hasn't happened yet. You really want SPY and all of tech and everything to kind of rip today or Monday, over weekend or today. I think for me that would be do or die for the bulls is today or by Monday open. If we're gonna not play out the second leg down of the market. I don't think time's on bull sides right now. And there's a bid coming in right now. I can't lie. You know, my only issue with the bid that's coming in right now is there's some later dated calls. There are some puts falling off the market. That's a good one. We do have lots of ERs coming up. You know, so you start adding it all up, start questioning. We did a piece on this morning right before market open. If you're just joining us, you can always go back and watch the piece. It was right at the start. We just went through where we are in the market for the month of February, how to trade the market up in the month of February, and protect yourself in case we reverse course, in case the bull thesis doesn't work out, and we end up trading backwards and down, how to protect yourself if that happens, if the rug gets pulled. We had something similar to this take place on the 7th, I think, of January or the 5th. On a Friday, we wound up like red barring it to hell on Monday. Just be conscious of that. I think we traded sideways into the close on that Friday. I can't remember exactly, but that was a big move down on that Monday. And we traded sideways again, big move down, just trapping bulls. Just be conscious of that. So you can have the bullish thesis, say we're going up, take your longs, but protect yourself as we move up until we get into some positive gamma. Lots of volatility here on Tesla. No real green skies above or blue skies above until we get past 950. Same place for buy the dip, 881. Nothing holding you up here. It's 881 is the real support. Real support right now. Real hard support is 881. And resistance begins at 930. It doesn't end until 950, but it's blue skies from 950 to 1,000. The SPY is bleeding. I will give a note though. The premium is wearing off on the put side of Monday puts. There's some premium bleed. Everyone is long into end of day today and Monday. Bulls are all in. So I'm bullish here. Just a matter of timing when you buy in for being bullish into this close. This could be a pretty decent paying close. There is premium bleed on the put side heading into Monday. The dealers are hedging for us moving up into the close today. Say your price target into the close is 453.54. And if you can get a short covering after that number, 453.54, if you might hit that number into the bell, but it could come sooner. And if you could hit 453.54 sooner than later, it would not shock me to see a run up to 460 at the bell, actually. And being a bull, like I'm a bull. I'm bearish right now, but I am a bull. That's what I am. That's what I want to see. I want to see a run to 460 before end of day. I wanted to see it off the open today. And you saw the market makers say no way to that this morning. They weren't allowing it. But it should happen. If it doesn't happen, if we sell off into the close, that's not good for bulls. But it looks like it's weighted. I'm looking at the options chains for today. Everybody's on 450Cs now. 450C is now the popular strike. All of a sudden, everybody likes 450C. No one liked it this morning. It was down into the 20s. It was like 26 cents or something. It was as low as like 46 cents or something. It went down to like 26 cents. They're now worth $1.25, 500%. February 7th. I have a lot of calls on 450C as well. February 9th, start seeing some puts. Oh, nope, they just went away. They were there, now they're gone. more calls on February 9th. 220, or excuse me, 454C. Return pretty bullish here. Watching a lot of puts be closed today. That's good to see. Kind of scroll through these and see where. See if there's any expansion in calls. Where are the bears hiding in here? They're still sticking around for the 18th, just repositioning slightly higher. Sticking and moving. Move my microphone over for you guys. All right. Tesla. Not seeing yeah. Guess this is the point, right? If you're going to make a break above, this is a market defining moment, I think. We're getting there. This week we're getting there. Well, at least cyclically, we are, right? We're at the end of one cycle and we're looking for the next cycle in the market. So can we move up into the close is the question. All right, give me a second here. I'm going to go get a glass of whiskey and a hat for the end of the day today for you guys. Yeah, I'm back on SPY right now.
Lost Rock WRK following a mixed shelf of an indeterminate amount. Whiskey Romeo Kilo.
If you want to know my position on the market, you can go back to this morning's video. It's the beginning of this video. You can pause it, take the next 15 minutes or so, go back. I have my whole view on the market right now. And it's for the entire month of February. You can always just pause. You don't pause it, you just scroll back in the video. Then when you're done watching the beginning of the video, you can come back and watch the live stream at the 3 o'clock hour. Or, probably I think it takes 10 minutes, 15 minutes to see my view on where we are in the market. There are technical places to be bullish and technical places to be bearish and neutral. I'll be right back.
President Biden signing an order that seeks to raise wages on infrastructure-related jobs. Next WTI crude futures for March settling 92.31 a barrel.
Tesla. Look at Tesla. Look at Spy. Also want to note, can you guys hear me out there? I think you can. Can you guys hear me? I'm just gonna get the camera back on again. Oh yeah, baby. All right, I got a hat on with my danglies. Check those bad boys out.
Apple reportedly looking at a new low-cost 5G iPhone and iPad to be launched in early March.
What was that again? Let me take a look at this.
Apple's first product event of the year.
Low-cost 5G iPhone and iPad. They have a product launch event in March 2022. You always remember that the Apple events are sell the news, but they are buy them early to sell them to people that think that it's not sell the news. Can you guys hear me right now? All right, sweet. All right. So you got Tesla moving up to 934.50. Spy's making its move higher now as well. It's 239. Take a look here. Move this down. More buyers than sellers on the Spy. Looking to break through all this traffic up in here. Take a look here. This traffic's all, this ice is all up into 455, but the price target at end of day is 460. We might just trade up to this 453. This is where I think the target is. See this ice right here? This 453 area, 453.38, somewhere in here. And then I think we climb the wall of worry, though, right up into 460 by the bell. That's my thought process. Is that that's what we do to the end of the day today. So hopefully you guys are all long at some point, or if not now, getting long, right? For that end of the bell. You have some protection on into tomorrow, just in case we have a Ukraine war on Sunday or Saturday. We'll look at Tesla as well right now, see if Tesla can actually break through. Lots of buyers on SPY, Tesla. QCOM has some buyers, QQQs. Lots of bull money coming into the market right now.
Nasdaq MTZ being raised at S&P to investment grade, BBB minus from BB plus, outlook stable. Michael Tango Zulu.
Let me look and see if I can get a date on that. March 22. I don't know when the launch event is in March for Apple. On my sheet here, it's not showing when their event is in March. Maybe get some late March Apple calls on a strike that's at a 0, on a 0 or a 5. So that you can sell them off. You can hand them off to somebody heading into March. There's usually a run for Apple events. You don't ever want to play the actual event itself. It's usually sell the news. Okay. We'll look at Tesla now, see if is it loaded up. It's still loading up on Tesla right now. We'll check back on Tesla and see if it's rejected. All right. What are you guys saying here? All right. Hold on here. I'm going to scroll back up. You guys see my hat? I got a new hat today. Do I actually short shit? Yes. And a lot of people hear yes. Dude, cap what strike AP time puts. I've got 26 Ps for February 18th. So YouTube will kick you off. Your dangles are out. My dangles are out. Was my dangle out? Apple's gonna take us to 460. Mess Ray is saying. Yep. I hear you. Okay, thank you for hearing me. What was the date of the event again? Yeah, hut. I didn't see a date here. None of the breaking news of this, but it should impact Apple. People will want to buy it. This is excellent to hear. Amazon, March 18th, 330C, $1 million. Definitely end of the week pumped. Always happy retail investors watching the market go up before doom next week. Cap, is that a Bjorn Fit hat? I don't know what it is. It's my I got like I got a family and stuff, so we've got like the cloth, and I'm from the mountains, so we've got, I buy all my crap off. You guys ever go to Gear Trade? I'll load up summer shit in winter time on Gear Trade, and then winter shit in summertime on Gear Trade. You guys can get some banging deals there. Get like Carhartt stuff for like $10, North Face stuff for like $10, Arc'teryx for like $10. And just load all that crap up. Yeah, I thought that TSMC though was going to build some new factories in Arizona. I could be wrong on that. Nope. So I have lots of put spreads on 440, 442 for OPEX, and I'm still sitting on. And then I've been adding all day long 430 P for Monday, in case we have a sell-off into Monday. And then I've been trading up on SPY all day long. My view is that the bulls only have so much time to get past that 460 number. They have to. So they have to do it today or tomorrow or Monday. They also, if they can't get it done in cash market, they got to do it today, let's say, right? And then you allow the futures traders to push it up and over to have a look above. We still haven't looked above. We were rejected at 460, if you recall, or just before it. And that was, we were talking about, we've been here before where I said, you have to do this. And so, hold on one second. Henry, come here, good boy. You okay, buddy? You all right? Come here. You all right? Oh, you doing? You all right? You all right, handsome? Yeah. Are you all amped up right now? What are you doing? You're outside playing in the snow? Yeah, I love you too. All right, get down. Don't knock out anything. Right. All right. So the bulls have to get up. We've been here before where the bulls have to trade up to that 460. They have to have the look above. If they don't look above, then we're looking below, right? So that's kind of where we're at with the bull case. And you can't really get bullish until we're above 460. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I know Spot Gamma said it this morning. So I don't know, if you don't want to take my word for it, you can take their word for it as well. I don't know, you can look elsewhere. I guess everybody, I think everybody's on that same page. I don't think I need to explain that to anybody. I think maybe just new traders, maybe, possibly. I think bears are fully aware of this. It's 2:48. So I just grabbed a whiskey, a bourbon. So if you all want to grab a water or an orange, candy bar, wacky tobacco, devil's lettuce, whatever it is you do, it's Friday. We had a long week this week. This whole month's been, well, all of January's been long. This week alone has been long. Yeah, you really can't trade right now without being wrapped. Oh, see, I'm still messed up here with my chat box is all jacked up. That's my dog. You guys see my dog? Did it get on camera? Did my dog get on the camera? I thought it was lower. That's my boy. One of my boys. I've got two boys. I've got an Aussie Shepherd and a Border Collie. I got a bourbon. Aussie Shepherd, Border Collie. Let me see what you guys are doing here. Yeah, I do want to make note that the hero indicator is negative right now. I should make that note. Hero indicator has been negative all day long. Let me see. Now that put is on the way back from China. You never know. AMD loved that chip news from the White House. Yep. Yeah, and they need that. The chip makers need that squeaky wheel. The whole point was politically, we need to make chips in other places in case we go to war, right? We cannot not have chips. The fact that we don't make them here in the United States is just a disaster. It's national security. Let's just call it what it is, right? The Apple event is going to be important for selling calls to FOMO dumbasses as we get closer to the Apple event. So now would be the time to buy Apple calls for that. What's going on? I don't know what Lopez is. Oh, thanks, Kareem. Thanks for liking my hat. Okay, we're scrolling back through down here. Die, snap, die. Hell yeah. Gear trade. Love that. You guys ever go to Gear Trade? Look that shit up. Gear Trade. Without a doubt, check it out. All right, so I'm about to enter some calls again right now. So I'm going to enter some calls. Probably somebody that's gonna fade me. That's okay. You can fade away. Fade away. What is going on? Okay, so I'm in some 450 calls again, and I want to see if we can take this, if we can ride this up into the bell. It's 252. I'll keep adding to the position if I need to. Even if we trade back, I'll buy in. I think we're gonna go up into the bell. I'm sitting on some puts for Monday as well, in case we have any kind of a gnarly volatile mix, some kind of rejection above at 452, 453. There's any tons of sellers hiding up there, sneaky Pete's or whatever. See if we can. Yeah, there's some sellers hiding up in here for sure. Bears are just in wait right now, just waiting to sell this market. There's a lot of calls coming in the market right now. Okay. So it is Arizona, right, for TSM? All right, you know what I'll do? I'll put on a sell. I've got some selling hats. I'll put a selling hat on next week. I promise. Spy gets to 4-6 bet close. I'm going to make me a bottle of Rip Van Winkle. Hell yeah, old Rip Van Winkle. Love that shit. My favorite is the 9-year. I've drank every bottle of Rip Van Winkle, and shockingly, my favorite bottle of is the only the 9-year. The other stuff tastes to me like scotch. Hold on here. Trying to get through this stuff. My chat box is doing some really weird shit. I don't know if you guys are just typing really fast or if my chat box can't keep up. Gear trade, deer trade. G, it's a Gamma, Echo, Alpha, Romeo, Tango. Romeo, Alpha, Delta, Echo. Gear trade. Yep. Drink Tell is making a good point. The vol trigger is 452.50. You guys want to see my dogs? I'll bring my dogs in here. Hold on. I'm going to get my dog over here real quick. Jack. Very good boy. Come here. Hold on, ready? Jack. That's my that's a border collie. This guy's from New Mexico. He's got blue merle. He's got blue eyes. See his eyes. Oh. Henry, come here, Henry. Come here. This is my boy Henry. I don't know if you can see him. My good dog. This is the dog that kills coyotes, believe it or not. That dog kills coyotes. Hold on here. Getting all messed up. I got a border collie. And I got a border collie and a Aussie Shepherd. Yeah, it's a national security issue. So that's the other thing. Gear trade is mostly not used underwear. It's when they stop making, they do like it's the last stuff that they sell, or it's a return. But I don't really buy my underwear from them. Negative hero indicator. You can just go online, and it'll explain. Hold on. I'm getting really weird with my chat box here. Cheers. Okay. Piton announces acquisition, rips $50, pulls a snap move. Yeah, that's Henry. My my dogs. All right, I finally made it down to the list. So I bought. Yeah, I did buy the. Well, no, I got a good dog story for you. So I'm long right now, long and strong. I got two good stories for
You're
you.
listening to Trade the News.
You want to hear a quick story? Probably not. Probably want to hear other shit. Anyways, it'll break up the monotony. I wanted a border collie for my first daughter, and couldn't find one. I went to all the shelters everywhere, searched high and low for one, couldn't find one. All the shelters had fighting dogs. I was living in the West, not the West Coast, but the West, and there's a lot of dog fighting out there. So when you get to the shelters and stuff, you don't often find the dog that you really want for your kids, protect your kids and all that kind of stuff. So I ended up buying him. He cost me, I think, $500 or something. I didn't want to pay for a dog, but I did get him from an actual working ranch, not a puppy mill or anything like that. I had to drive out in the middle of nowhere. It was like a 6-hour drive for me to go get him. And I have ranchers in my family, so I knew who to get him from and all this stuff. Actual working dog. I fattened him up though. Then the second one though, I donate money to dog shelters. And they were gonna put my other dog down, the Henry dog, the Aussie Shepherd. They were gonna kill him at a no-kill shelter because he was left alone with his owner, and his owner passed away, and he was left alone with the dog. And he was left alone with the dog, and no one wanted him. No one wanted to adopt him. And the story behind it, nobody wanted to take him because he kind of got hungry, right? And he wasn't he was a difficult dog, but I adopted him because I didn't want him to get killed. And he's been the perfect companion for my other dog. And he's vicious. Like, I used to hunt down coyotes, all kinds of craziness. But my daughters named both dogs. So they've got, like, they're named Jack and Henry. They don't, I was like, do you want cool names for the dogs? And they just wanted, like, Jack and Henry. Okay. So that's what we went with. So we've got Jack and Henry. And we've got one cat. Cat's name is Kitty.
1 hour to the U.S. cash equity close. The 10-year
Oh, yeah, baby.
finishing at 1.9%. The 2-year at 1.32%.
Print it.
The Dow was up 125 as we push towards the close. The S&P up 48. And the NASDAQ composite up 303, still being driven by Amazon shares, which are holding on to gains of more than 15%. 2000, after being soft earlier in the session, is now up close to 1% as well.
Burr, baby, burr. Boxers. I was in the Army. I didn't buy. The first one I bought, I didn't have a choice. I had to buy the dang dog. I didn't have a freaking choice, or I adopted with a fee. But the second one, I saved his ass from death. The second one was going to die. So I saved his life. And he's the biggest pain in the ass, but I love him. Amazon going to print me to the finish. Am I shouting out enough calls for you guys to take? You guys following along? I know I'm not supposed to say that, Quinn. The dogs are family. Yeah, don't play dead around that dog. The Army don't wear no boxers. I was in the Army. You don't wear underwear. I freeball it. Come on. You don't wear underwear. Great dog for the zombie apocalypse. Never. Second dog's not aggressive at all. Second dog is a hunter. So he's aggressive towards like coyotes, stuff like that. any kind of small to medium sized animal, he's all over it. But not aggressive at all towards kids. Very protective, Aussie Shepherds, but they're more aggressive than a Shepherd. Aussie Shepherds are more aggressive towards small animals than Border Collies. It's really weird. They're close, but not exactly the same dog. He pushes boundaries. Yeah, you free ball it. I was in the Army. Once I stopped wearing underwear in the Army, that was it. Never again. Yeah, you guys should see me in a pair of cut ripped jeans where like where the threads are bare. My ball sack hangs out, like a 1970s guy would do. You guys ever see pictures of the men from the 1970s that have like their left nut hanging out? All right, sir, moving up to a volatility zone right up here. Be conscious of this. This is a place to use caution as we move higher here. Could see a quick rejection as we move higher here. We do have some UVXY puts coming in. I'm going to hold fast here for right now. I think we just trade higher. We're going to start squeezing shorts at this point. Hope you guys are making money right now. Just pin striking just at that level I talked to you about here early as 451. So the red line here. This is also the same. This is also the upper. This is tagging the upper. This is Henry. You okay? Come here, Henry. Come here, buddy. I know everybody's outside, huh? You're missing out on all the fun. Yeah, I love you too. All the fun on a Friday. Oh, then we get Jack. All right, boys. Everybody's outside having a blast, and my dogs don't want to be left inside the house. We are rejecting slightly here. I'm probably going to take some profit here briefly. Yeah, I'm going to take some profit. So we're right at the top of the bear channel. Shh. Come here. Come to daddy. Come here, Jack. Henry, come here. Lie down. Good boy. Jack. Come here, good boy. Jack. This is what happens on a Friday at my house. Got wife and kids. They're all outside partying. And dogs want out with them. Sorry about that. So I just sold some SPY calls. We're at the top of the channel on SPY. This is the channel we've been trading in basically for going way back to January 21st. And if we are, excuse me. Sorry about all this right now. Unprofessional. If we can break above 452.15 here, I'll pick up another long here to 460 into the bell. I want to see a break above this 452.12 or so to take another long here. Yes, the 450Cs 10 times. Yes, they did. That was a call out this morning, right? We've been trading those all day long. We're just looking for, I want to see it get over this white line right here. This, they could post this, I guess, but this is the channel that we've been in. This is the top of the channel we've been in since going back, I don't know, 15 sessions or so, 10, 15 sessions maybe. Maybe less. I'm going to wait for a break above this, and then I'm going to jump back in. I want to see us break through here. If you're a bear, this is kind of an Alamo, kind of a place. More SPY calls coming in. February 4th, 450C, $400,000. SPY, February 11th, 453 for $400,000. Amazon, March 18th, $3,400 for $500,000. 3400C. SPY, February 4th, 449C, $156,000. More riot calls coming in. February 11th, 17.5. We pointed those out earlier this afternoon for $42,000. PFE, Pfizer, February 4th, 53C for $31,000. $450C is now up to $386. They were down at 26 cents this morning. Just heads up. 26 cents this morning. They're as cheap as 26 cents this morning. Woo! Sorry for the unprofessionalness. People are kind of getting cut and loose at my home. Come on, get through there. Run it up. We only have 50 minutes left. Let me check my 460Cs and see how they're doing. Not bad, not bad. They're at 25 cents. I paid 15 for them. Or no, I'm looking at the February 7th. They're probably dead. Yeah, they're dead. They're still dead. They're worth a penny. 460 is dead. 452.31 in the SPY. Come on, break above. Can't see through this microphone. I move this down. This is breaking through. This isn't even smashing and grabbing. This is breaking through. Buy some more. $453s. We're at 452.46. Yeah, I apologize. I'm here. I'm on the. I'm on here so much. I'm live for so many hours the course of the day. You guys never have interruptions, so I apologize that I did have an interruption today for you. $452.67. Yeah, sky's the limit. We're looking for 460 by beforehand. I'm not joking about climbing that wall into the close today. There's a fair chance that we climb the wall right to 460 by close. It's on the table. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there is a fair chance that we climb the wall. Even if we have a quick pullback here, let's have a quick pullback. We still have 45 minutes left. We have a quick pullback up here. We could still climb the wall of worry, like one green bar straight up into 460 into the bell. A better target is probably 455, but you can't say that it's not on the table. We're almost at the price target for the day of 453. If we can nail that 460, it'd be a huge bull move. Huge. More QQQs coming in. 362C expiring today. SPY, $400,000. February 4th, 448. C. Those just came in a moment ago. Come on, baby. You guys get the understanding at this point, right? Now you have a direction that you want to go with the market. Hold on a second. So you have a direction that you're trading, right? Taking the market long. We're going to make enough money that it doesn't matter if you buy a hedge. Does that make sense? You should have that conviction in your trading. So it doesn't matter what your hedge is. You're buying a hedge. You're protecting your trade. Right? These are built into spreads. These are built into any kind of trading strategy out there other than just holding calls or puts, like buying a call or buying a put. You have to be able to hedge your trades, and your trades have to be able to make money for you. A 30-cent or 20-cent or 10-cent put way down below down here means nothing now, right? In the grand scheme of what you're making on your calls. Get into the habit in this market right now of protecting every trade that you make. You will last longer as a trader. They're coming on over here. Shouldn't be any orders. I'm looking more for a short covering. If we can break through this 453 for 453.54, if we can break up there, looking for short covering. Okay, Tesla. Let's look at Tesla real quick, and then we'll look at shop. Always wear protection. SPY. February 4, 451C, $182,000. Still have Tesla just caught. Be careful with Tesla here. I got to say this. Day traders know to pick it up at 881 and sell it at 933. I'm not saying it can't go higher. I'm just saying this is brutal up in here on Tesla. We'll go chop next. I got to hold on a second here. I got to take care of my stuff here. There is some premium leaking out of SPY calls right now. Just a heads up. We'll look up shop. See if we get a rejection here. See if we can bounce off this. We're now up and above the trading channel. Hopefully we get a bounce here on this 451. Hopefully we get a bounce off 452 flat and can continue to trade higher. If you like this stream, please like and subscribe. It takes a lot of effort and time to put into this stream for you guys. The research that goes into having some information available for you in the morning before you start the day. Hopefully this helps you become a better trader, a better investor. If you are just joining us, you can always just paper trade alongside us, right, until you get a feel for trading with us. I always recommend paper trading. If you don't understand what's going on or you don't understand what's going on with us, we have a Discord and a website. Our trading community is very helpful to each other. We aren't like the community where you can't trade with. You can go into the Discord, just ask questions, ask away, and people are more than willing to help. I know that I've been a member of some communities where people are quite ruthless. We're not a ruthless trading group. There's nothing behind a paywall here. This is all supported by free members. This is a free sub supported by free members. If you like the content, you stay. If you don't like the content, you go. You can always trade against me. I don't expect you to trade with me. There's no like you can't do this and you can't do that, as long as you're respectful and you're always trying to help each other to make money. That's what we're here for. We're here to take money away from banks, not each other. We're here to help each other make money. At the end of the day, that's what it's about. I'm going to put a link to the Discord in the chat. If you're a new trader, if your trade doesn't make any money, just please like and subscribe. It does help us out. You'd be surprised how much that helps. I posted a link to the Discord inside the chat. If you are making money, please, if you're making money from the information that you're gathering from this live stream or from any of the content that we put out, please support the channel. Donate. There's a donate button, I think, in the description. It's right at the top of the description. If not, if you don't like to donate there, you can always go to @CaptainsAlpha on Twitter. Request to follow, and pinned at the top of my profile, you'll see a way to donate that's not through PayPal. It's more direct. And I see some follow requests here, so I'll start accepting requests. Followers on Twitter. Normally I'll do like a Saturday video, Sunday video, but I've been the way this trading's been going, it has been sapping. It's been sapping me because I'm spending 2 to 3 hours a night researching, trying to get the best available information. Also, the tools that we use are expensive. They cost a lot of money. And then, of course, the hardware and all that other stuff, the high-speed internet. Well, supposedly it's gotten better. But it all does cost to produce this content and the time that it takes to be here. We're here most days, all day long. I've been trying to cut out a little bit more frequently, unless we're at a key pivot point in the market. I just approved a bunch of new followers. Hold on here. It's 3:22. I want to give a special thank you to Andrew G for supporting the channel. Chris W. for supporting the channel, James B., William H., Lucy O., Priscilla S., Steve H., Brad K., Andrew N., John L., Kyle B., Stephen H., Thomas N., Steve G., Mary G., Frank H., Joshua L., Stephen H., again, Thomas P. I didn't catch up with you guys. You guys donated directly through PayPal. That was for this whole past week. So I wanted to thank all of you for supporting the channel. It does make a difference. It also keeps me motivated. I didn't think that it would keep me motivated, but it does help. The cost of this channel is high every month. It's running me somewhere around $1,400 to $1,500 just in bare cost. So I appreciate you supporting the channel to be out there and alive and going. The equipment and stuff's cost me thousands of dollars to get all this equipment together. So I appreciate your support. You guys don't know what it means to me to have you supporting the channel. And the fact that you're supporting the channel for new traders to learn how to trade, to investors to learn how to invest, you can't pay for that stuff. The kindness of your hearts blows my mind. So I don't know what else to say to that. Other than you guys rock. You guys rock, period. I got nothing else to say on that topic other than you're better than a lot of people. You guys were there once too. And that's how this started for me. Was when I first started trading, I wound up buying all the classes. I bought all the secret codes, and I paid $1,000 here a month, and I paid $600 there for a month. I paid for every flow service. You name it, I paid for it. I tried everything, and then I figured out that the cacophony of social media, on top of all that, I wasn't getting actionable stuff that I could use. I needed to dumb down my trading, dumb down my style, so that I could actually be profitable, make money, be successful at this. And that's kind of weird. I'm not showing any. Yeah, I'm not showing. It's kind of weird today. My mini feed's not on inside my Streamlabs today. Streamlabs sucks. Sorry. But I just want you guys to know how important it is that there's a place for people to come, that we're active, right? I've paid for rooms like $1,000 for a room where guy doesn't show up. Guy's there once a week, twice a week. So I hope this is helping you out there as an investor, as a trader, especially this market right here. I commented last night that this is going to shake a lot of people out. This market's going to shake people out. It's going to kill bears, bulls, traders, doesn't matter. This is I haven't seen trading like this in years. So I just wanted to thank all of you out there for the support. I appreciate you showing up and chatting with me every day. I appreciate you being kind to me too. You guys are really nice. That's important too, right? Be civil with each other. We can make fun of each other, all that kind of stuff. But stick around. If you're coming into midstream sometimes and you don't know where we actually are, just turn it on in the background. When you're trading all day long, just put it on like a podcast. Just play the audio in the background and start following along. You can open up Discord. Some banging traders in there, bangers, putting out some banging content. There's no you have to follow CaptainJimJames. I'm not that kind of a guy. You guys, I expect all of you guys to do your own stuff, and I want to follow you guys in some what you're doing. This isn't all about leadership's a weird thing, right? There's the dictators, and I'm not a dictator. No need to be a dictator. None of that shit ever works out, right? Lead by example, lead by who you are, and everything else follows from that. So I just want to say that to you guys specifically. So I want to give a cheers to anyone that supports this channel. I don't care if you're supporting with a like or a subscribe or just interacting. If you're supporting by helping somebody out, whatever your part is, don't feel like you can't ask for information either, right? Go into the Discord and be like, I don't know how to buy a stock. I don't care what it is. I don't care if you've been a trader for, sometimes I have to go back and do basic trading strategies for myself so I don't lose sight. So I used to get really complicated in how I would trade, how I would invest, I would complicate things, and I started losing money. I would make hundreds of thousands of dollars, then lose it all because I thought I was too smart, right? Too smart for school. And sometimes you go back to basics, and that helps you. You know, you watch a guy, you're the GOAT. You know, you look at Brian Watt, right? That guy keeps shit simple. I almost made a post about him last night on Twitter because one day the market fell with no news, and he was like, what the fuck's going on? And I realized he had the insight to know that he knows all the events that are going on, but he knows what the impact should be throughout the course of the day. He trusts, though, his trading style. He trusts where the market should go. That actually worked out yesterday as well in the market. You saw Amazon sell off on Thursday night. You saw it sell off on Friday. There's no way Amazon was selling off into their ER, no matter what the ER was, unless it was something really doom and gloom. And if you know that, if you know how to trade, you know to spot that stuff. Those are key moments in the market. That's when traders say, well, why didn't we sell off? Or why didn't it work this time? Why did they change the news and its impact this time? That's because you're wrapped around the market. You know, so I wanted to talk. I didn't make that post last night about Brian Watt, but he's a simple trader. That guy makes a lot of money. So my point to you is stick around with this group. This group knows what they're doing, especially the core group that's been around for the past year and a half. This is before this channel has evolved into what it is. We started out with just doing a daily brief typed out every morning on Twitter. It's like a 2-3 page, my plan, what I'm going to trade today. And it doesn't mean you trade with me or anything, but this is my concept of what I think is going to happen in the market today. It's evolved into this, and it's evolved into a core group of traders and investors that have been sticking around here for over a year. So stick around. You can trade against it. If you don't like it, there's other places for you, right? The key part about this is that it's free. You guys, this is just free out there at all times, right? Go buy a $600 membership somewhere. See if that membership is working for you. Because for me, they didn't work. Oftentimes, it was always something, right? The alpha wasn't there. The head trader wasn't there.
30 minutes now, 30 minutes to the cash close.
You'd have assholes like people that thought, like walking like the roosters and all that kind of shit. Or you ask a question, people make fun of you. They don't take you in. There's all kinds of issues, right, that I always had. So my thought was to launch this, to just kind of cut through the bullshit. So I just want to say thanks to all of you guys out there. Have a toast with you. I'm not reading the chat or anything right now. I just want to say thanks to all of you out there. Here Chindao, if you got water, an apple, whatever you got, you're riding a bike right now, you're at work, can't do that, drink a cup of coffee. Cheers to you. I hope that you guys haven't gotten blown out. I hope that you're making money. Hope that you're getting tools. Hope they're able to survive this market and make money. So that's what's coming to you. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. It's not about being a bear, bull, trader, investor. It's about you turning your money into more money for yourself, right? You can take care of yourself, your family, your friends, whatever it is that your goals are. Okay? So here's to you. Cheers. Woo! Looking kind of bearish in the SPY real quick. Just a heads up. Looking like a reversal. Bears be getting all fired up right now. It's 331. Bears want their reversal. At least the dip too, right? Just give me a dip, Bears are saying. Just give me that dip down here. Got futures traders inside the chat. They're like, there's no bid on 460. We ain't going there. There ain't no way in hell we're going to 460. Cheers to all of you out there. I don't care if I'd rather make 250 a day every day. Every day. That guy doesn't have to have a job. That guy doesn't have to, I want all you guys to know something out there, okay? That that Brian Watt taught me something special, okay? Is that if you are able to get good at this, you don't have to be smart to do this. And if anything, if you're a smart person, sometimes it's better for you to dumb your shit down to make money. But I got to tell you something. You guys, there's a ton of people out there. There's millions of people out there that don't know about investing, don't know about trading, and they work jobs, right? They got, if you've been blessed with a gift of being able to learn how to trade and make a living for yourself, that'll pay you more than anything else that you could possibly, well, most things that you could possibly do, more than attorneys, more than dentists and doctors, believe it or not, engineers. You can make a very good living doing this. And if you get good at this, right, no matter what your background is, your education is, you can succeed and make a good life for yourself. You can make that difference. That's not a lie. That is true. We do wash out 90% of people that trade for a multitude of reasons, but if you can learn the right tools, if you can, come back again and again and again and again and again, right? You work your regular job and you just keep trying at it every single week. I'm telling you, if you lose enough money, I've lost more money. I've lost so much money from making mistakes. It's taken me years to become a profitable trader. Years. But it was worth every one of those years. Because once you turn that corner, it becomes profitable. It gives you the ability to do the things that you want to do. Live the life that you want to live. You can still be a doctor. You can volunteer your time. Whatever it is that you do that you enjoy, you can then enjoy. I'm serious. I've lost so much money. It took 5 years. It took 5 years to just become competent. Just become competent. And then to make consistent money, another 5 years. But it was consistent, no more blowing up accounts. I haven't blown up an account in years now. So just think of that, okay? Think about what awaits you. Know that it's going to be hard. Nothing's easy. But you found this. However you found this, I don't know how you found, not me, but you found this thing, right? This trading thing. And if you can master it over time, even if you're blowing up accounts that are like $500, $1,000, $100,000, multi-$100,000, eventually you're going to learn not to blow them up anymore. Protect your money, grow your money. There's no magic sauce. There's no like all those guys out there that are selling scam programs and the secret sauce this and the secret sauce that. There's no secret sauce to it. Just stick around with people that make money in this market. Learn from them how they make money. And try to take at least some tools from them that fit you. And then you move on to the next guy. And you take tools from that guy, right? That woman or whomever. And you say, oh, I like what they do. Right? I like what that person does. I like what that person highlights. This person highlights. It's not like it's only going to be me that fits you. Right? Find different traders out there, different investors, where and when they can help you. And you make your own little tool basket, your box of tools, and you'll find out what works for you to make money. Right? And then one day, trust me, you're gonna feel like you have to help other people, because the shit pile you have to wade through to get the actual good information is stacked like 10 feet high behind a lot of bullshit. I'm not gonna go into the rant as to why some of that information's out there, but it's not all nefarious. But I think that some of that information you don't know who's actually behind saying it or why they're saying it. There's a multitude of reasons. And we get caught up in that. Hey, my mini feed just popped back up. D-Gen, thank you very much for supporting the channel. John A, thank you for supporting the channel. P Options, thanks for supporting the channel. Lepus. Don't worry, Lepus. You can be in the red. We can get in the green, brother. Don't worry about it. We'll get in the green. I have to do some things. I have to do some more specific how to protect your money, how to trade your money, how to invest your money, to protect it as you trade it. I have to do more content on how to take your trades and protect them as you trade them, how much you're actually risking of your account. Calls on Open, OPEN, January 20th, 15C. Small ticker, but $662,000. It's a lot of money for a $15 ticker. Oscar, what's P? PP? Echo November. I forget what P is anymore. And alpha language, alphanumeric, not alphanumeric, whatever military speak is, mil speak. Calls on Beak, B-E-K-E. February 18th, 22.5 C, $158,000. It's almost it's a high algo score. Oxy. Watch out here. We might sell off slightly and then rip into the close. We're getting a little weak here right now on the SPY. I think it's more a little bit weak here in the SPY right now. So the hero indicator we're going to talk about briefly, okay? Some people have been asking about it all day long, and I said go watch a video. Hero indicator has been negative all day long. Under normal circumstances, we've been up all day long with a negative hero indicator. This would infer that down the road we're going to be severely red. We're going to sell heavy. I want you to know that into this close, into Monday. Now, this could also be a bear's last stand. It could also be selling puts where we are right now. The hero indicator is not foolproof. So take that into consideration as we head into Monday. Right? It's 3:39. Sometimes if you're a bully, you just cash gang. Just cash gang, close it up for the weekend. Have a great weekend with your family and friends. If you've already bought a hedge, you just hold on to those, let them burn into Monday. Right? You made your money for today. See how all this starts to stack up? We've got XOM, XOM, right? I call it XOM. XOM calls February 18th, 83C for $84. XOM, February 18th, 83C for $84,000. QQQ, February 7th, 366C, $437,000. On a positive note, if the market is healthy, financials are healthy. And I just saw some calls here, not big ones, but we have February 11th, XLF, February 11th, 41C, $42,000. More PFE calls. We shouted some out earlier. These are high algo score. February 18th, 59C, $20,000. More calls on XOM. February 18th, 83C on XOM, $66,000. Piton puts. Piton's like day trader paradise. We are selling off slightly in the SPY. We could see some weakness right here. Maybe a rip up into the close. Maybe we don't get it. Futures traders are pumping their hands right now. They're like, I told you we're not going to 460. Screw you, Captain Jim. You're not doing it today, buddy. So hopefully we'll get a little buy here into the close. And I can shake my hand at the futures traders. SPX traders too, probably. I haven't even been looking at run. I'm looking at everything else but my freaking portfolios. I got freaking two brokerages. Well, I got one brokerage with two accounts on it, and I got another brokerage that I'm actively trading right now. Holy shit, run. Oh, dude, it just reversed off 25.83. Shit. I'm still holding. My price target on run is, I've got a price target. It's $26.97. $26.97 for me, boys. We're not done on run. Or in my view, we're not done on run. Look up Shopify real quick. Bashing around on Shopify. Totally fucking forgot. $898 is resistance. 900. We should have already known that, right? 900 is kind of resistance. You want to see if we bashed above Shopify? We'll add, we're into the close right now. We got 342. Now I'm looking at run right now. I'm like, do I sell run right where we're at? Or do I stay in run? I think I'm in. That's what I hate about, you know what I hate about trading, or not trading options on stocks? Is you gotta stay in them. What's going on here? Oh, it looks like it's not. Yeah, there's no Shopify. Look for, if you guys are looking for a bottom or buy the dip on Shop. We know what you got to break through. 850. That's where it's at. Nice support though at 845. Pretty good support here. Not gonna lie. You got a lot of support on Shopify right now. A lot of support. Big drop though down to 800. But you've got some decent support at 850. If you're able to break through where we're at. Big sell wall, 900. Yeah, I don't know. Be selling the rips and buying the dips. Take profit. Lots of sellers up there. That looks like a Facebook to me, right? Not a Facebook, but they're just looking to sell. I might grab another set of calls here on the SPY into the bell. So it's 344. This is the danger zone, right? Do we sell off into close on Friday? Do we have a hard rejection at 452.78? Are we going to close the week negative on the market? This is a key point for the market here, right? We rejected at the volatility zone. Just firmly rejected here. Do we close the week out rejected? It's a big question. Bears are telling you no. Bears going to tell you this is a bull trap. The runway is running out for bulls. So you wait for the close, buy the dip for a Monday gap up. What kind of news will we need for a Monday gap up? Do we just gap up for the hell of it? Is that why we're just gapping up? Just because of the hell of it? Tell me your quick thesis on chat. I think they do close at green in the week, though. So bear, Monday, 449 open. Futures traders here, you aren't getting 460 today. Thanks, Sporky, for saying something. Sporky, do you think there's a chance of 460 into Monday that you'd push it up as a futures trader? Yep, Adam hit the $200 call wall and tanked. Week is green. Yeah, I agree with that, Justin. That's a fair point. Week is green. Don't think Monday gap up. Today was a great day to add puts, in my opinion. Fair point, David. Yeah, I got some puts out there. You know what? I'm going to have to add some in or average in for Monday in case we do sell off. I am concerned. A ton of people are bearish on Monday. Gap up because it's Monday. I am concerned with, so I was in the Army, and they love starting shit over the weekend. Love starting shit over the weekend. Never during a Monday. If the military is going to start some shit, it's typically on the weekend. Not always, but typically. Like, they may make a hit or something during the week because timing. But the military loves doing shit over the weekend. Gives time for digestion. Or if some shit pops off, it's typically on the weekend. The 1 hour chart, we're still making lower highs, lower lows. So we have an inside day. Is that what you're saying? I haven't looked to see if we have an inside day yet or not. Looks like an inside day, doesn't it? I haven't even looked yet to see if it's an inside day. Yeah. Oh no, do we go a tick above by chance? Do we break yesterday's high? Or a tick above? That's all my opinions in the bottle. That's Robert. Cheers, Robert. Yeah, the call wall. I know there's a call wall up there. Putin is in Beijing, though. Good job.
Market on closed names.
Nothing should happen
to the
then.
Buy side, modestly to the buy side, about $300 million to buy, and S&P market on close names.
Russia does military actions during Olympics. Back in tomorrow. Yeah, I agree with that on the 10-year being up, Devin. Here come the machines, baby. Ugh. We did not break yesterday's high. It looked close. I didn't check close enough, but yeah, NQ 3 days of lower lows and lower highs. Yeah, I thought about those three lower days myself too. Barely short of yesterday's high. You're always looking to see what the algos are doing. Sport K knows all about this. He's a futures trader. You're always looking technically at the market to see if we're ticking just above or ticking just below previous day's highs, lows. By 20,000 biathlon athletes till Ukraine. I got my own thoughts on those fucking Russians. I can go fuck a stick as far as I'm fucking concerned. You hope that it holds right here in the SPY? Looks like we're selling off in the close like they're saying no fucking way. That's what they're saying. Let me check. Got a few minutes. We got 10 minutes left. I'm going to see anyone loading up on puts for Monday is a good question. Some SPY puts coming in right now. Just heads up. Bears stepping in. Let's look on. Still not a lot of premium over. Still not a lot of premium over on Monday. On the bear side of things. Currently, there's still some bulls sitting on 450 Cs for Monday. 133,000 contracts. I'll watch those into the bell and see if they increase. Want to be looking to see if if we go from 133,000 contracts, we're up to 134,000 now. Someone just bought 1,000 contracts on 450C for February 7th. I'm looking at. I want to see if that goes up into the bell right now. Last 10 minutes or so. Sometimes you'll see banks sneak in quietly on one side or the other on a Friday because they know more than we do. Also watching SPY calls come in February 11th, 458C. Nice weekly $78,000. I haven't checked my puts yet on Piton, and I haven't checked Run either. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is far from VWAP. I love Spot Gamma. I love it. It's one of the integral tools that I use. I use traditional charting methods. Then I couple that with profile, market profile. On top of that, I layer Spot Gamma, a sprinkle of Elliott Wave. Usually, I have to listen to 4 or 5 different Elliott Wavers tell me their theory, but that's fine because people trade to it. So I have to expect some of it. There's VWAP on SPY right there, down at 448.42. We talked about this number earlier today, right? Remember 448.42? We talked about this early this afternoon. Snap that line in your chart. And we trade down to VWAP into the bell. So then we do all that. Then we use Bookmap on top of all that. Add in a bunch of due diligence, market news, events we know about, sentiment, and then options flow. You add all those things together, and then a great community, and you should be making money. Should be no reason you're not making any money. Yeah, IV is a key. I mean, traditional charting techniques, traditional candlestick chart, learn basic charting techniques. Look for patterns in charting. People trade to those. Day traders trade to those. Learn basic charting. I kid you not. But that's old school trading, right? Super old school trading. But you want to, that's your first layer. You start with just basic charting. Chart out a year, the previous year. Chart out all the way to, we'll do that one Sunday. I'll just chart the last year out. All of 2021, I'll chart out for you. Then I'll chart it down to a 6 month, then to a 3 month, then down to a 1 month, then down to a week, then to a day. So you get a picture of where we're at. Then you're learning basic charting. You'd be surprised. All these different like flags and dragons and crabs and all these other things. People trade to that shit. And then you have to look underneath the surface of that stuff with market profile, right? How does that match up? Then you look under the surface of all of that with volatility levels and gamma levels, right? You start to peel back the layers. Sometimes you'll be looking at a bull flag and say, that's a bull flag. And then underneath you find out that it's not a bull flag. It's actually a bear flag, right? Not a bear flag, but it's a bull flag that's faking. Like, so if you traditional chart and you have a failure and you're like, why did it fail? And you don't have these other tools to tell you why you didn't fail. When you start to add those other tools, you figure it out before you get there. So you're like, oh, I'm looking at a bull flag right now, but I know this other information that nobody else knows, right? Why we should fail here and not continue higher. And then you want to see order flow behind it, the dome, right? This is the dome or the DOM over here on the right-hand side. Some things you can't do on DX feed. I don't think you can get I don't think I can use the order spoofing, but just to start layering this stuff in and in. I layer it all. I start with a base. So when I do, I've got some resources down below in the description of this video. I've got resources, but we'll do a resource chat. So the one thing I want to talk to you about is like, so when I start my day out, right? When I get done here, I'll just do basic charting, right? I don't look at anything, just basic charting. Then I open up market profile. Now I look at the entire market, right? Single prints, looking at, are we eating at an iceberg? Is there like a bunch of sellers here that I don't know about? We have a blue clear skies above, right? Then I go to Spot Gamma, right? Read their reports. And then I'm looking at my charting and saying, is my charting wrong against these things? And then active day trading, I'm sitting here looking at this stuff here, right? Looking to see, do we have a negative hero indicator? Do we have resistance actually where we said it was? Is Spot Gamma's numbers correct or not? Has order flow and options come in that has changed the picture of the market, right? Is there like this waterfall cascading of hedging coming in the call or put side that's not accounted for? And these things should give you what you need to know. I'm going to check right now to see if there's any premium kick on the put side for the 7th, and I'm not seeing any. So that's a good sign. We're up to 136,000 contracts on the call side for Monday on 450C. Even though we're selling off right now, we were down at like 130, I think, just a few minutes ago. So we'll wait to the bell. It's 356. We have a rejection, of course, that we're looking at right now in the market. We know that VWAP we're coming into VWAP right now. This is the original.
OTTR raising its quarterly dividend, 6%. Oscar Tango Tango Romeo.
OTTR. We know that we started down here at this VWAP earlier this afternoon, this morning, 448.36. We said, or we blew past this from VWAP. But once we blew past this, we said, remember this VWAP number. We're trading right back to it into the bell here. All things equal, right? Dealers bringing everything, all things equal, into the close on a Friday. And Taylor's flat on a Friday. And you guys have to decide what you want to do into the bell. I'll take a look and stick around maybe for the first 15 minutes, see if there's any there's any sneaky Pete's from the banks. We're up to 138,000 contracts on 450C, expiring on Monday. They're not cheap. They're $2 each. We'll watch to see if there's any flow after the bell on a Friday. You can go sometimes 5 Fridays in a row with nothing, and then all of a sudden you'll see we get hammered with flow on a Friday after the bell. Oh, look at Euro Boomers. Is that all you got, Bulls? I didn't see people piling into the queues right now. Maybe you're seeing them somewhere else. I'm not seeing them. I love Euro Boomer. He's the man. I love bears too. Yeah, I can explain how options work.
Dow slipping into negative territory heading into the close.
Yeah, it is too late for the murder bull algo. More likely 357. Yeah. I've got a bunch of puts, so. Yeah, the dome is a game changer for sure. Game changer. Because that's where the truth is. After all that shit you do and all your due diligence, dude, every day I spend 2-3 hours doing this shit every day.
NECB Northeast Community Bank Corp reporting net income of 27 cents a share compared to 22 cents a year ago.
Yeah, Monday's the day. Dude, it's over. Went from 80,000 360C to 104,000 at 360. No shit, David. I have to check my puts right now. I've got this one, like I had a set of prints, I had a set of puts that were real deep and they started to print. So I took the money on those. I've got these 440, 442s, but they're going to gain more money over time. So I'm hanging on to those, and then I've got some not naked puts. Those are selling calls, but I've got just some owning some puts, expiring on the 7th. They're not gaining anything right now. There's no premium creep on them. Now there's 140,000 calls on 185, or excuse me, now 140,000 calls on 450C. Those have come down to $1.85. They're getting cheaper as we get closer to the bell or after the bell. 401. So we'll see if these leak off a little bit. If we can get these down to like $1 or something, $1.25 in the next 15 minutes, I might be interested in buying some of these. They're at $1.80 right now. They were up at like 250, maybe, yeah, 260, I think, at one point. And higher earlier when we were screaming to the top, they were much higher. I think they were at $4 at one point. $4. I think the 450Cs from Monday were at like $4, close to $4, like $3.80, something like that. No, $1.80. Getting cheaper. Bulls committing to Monday. Is there Bloody Sunday? Good job, Ebb and Flow. On the way down, went from 80,000 to 104,000 contracts. It's negative. You guys all have a wonderful weekend, by the way. I think I'm going to stay flat on calls. It's only 402. If I see something change here, I don't see a bunch of put flow into Monday. You guys see a bunch of put?
SIF CIFCO reporting first quarter net sales down 23% to 19.2 million.
I think the trade might be in small caps too. The bear trade. I think there might be a bear trade in small caps over time. We'll stick around here for the next 13 minutes. Currently, I am flat on the bull side, and I'm bag holding some puts on that expire on Monday, and then I've got some put spreads that expire on February 18th. Still holding run, still holding Piton. Piton, I don't care if it burns. Run was more of a test on trading the news, seeing if they would print. They seem like they're going to print. So we'll see. We'll stick around. I'm going to stick around and run because I got a price target in mind on that one, where the true resistance is on run from Bookmap. And they had a good ER. They teamed up with Ford, so I think that should print. That's got good fundamentals behind printing, like real fundamentals. 450Cs are now down to $1.45. They're getting sexy right here. I'm not gonna lie. Like 450Cs, it's 404, right? 450Cs are now, they were down for a minute at $1.45, which is getting cheap. Figure if you get a bunch of bulls that are upside down at $4, they're now down to $1.45, starting to get dirt cheap. So we'll stick around until 4:15.
Entry CNX announcing departure of their CFO, Charlie Echo November X-ray.
I like cheap puts and I like cheap calls. So you get these calls down to $1. Even $1.45 is kind of starting to get sexy. Like dollar calls hold over the weekend. In the money too. Yeah, what's Bitcoin? I've never heard of Bitcoin either. What's that? Is that a ticker? ER today, the names, it was, I think it was still a lot of energy, and it wasn't anything that I was tracking. For this week, I'm done with earnings. Over the weekend, spend time on some earnings stuff. Focusing my weekend on looking at small and mid caps for the next 2 to 3 weeks. Oh, we had Alley today. We had Energy. We had Phillips. Yeah, Chevron, Huntington Bank for some reason. Arm & Hammer, Chevron, Phillips 66. CBOE was today. Apollo, Dominion Energy. John Deere was today as well. Oh, no. Sorry, I get the wrong. Scratch everything I just said to you. I'm looking at the monthly calendar. Like, that's all wrong. Hold on a second. Like, that's all fucking wrong. For some reason, I don't have the ones for today in front of me. Yeah, so say we've got Bristol Myers Squibb, Regeneron. That's XBI shit, right? Sanofi, CBOE, Aon, Royal Caribbean, Brookfield Air Products, Twist. How's RCL doing in the after hours? We had lots of money come in. Or oh no, were they this morning? Was there a report this morning? Is that why we're getting a bunch of stuff on RCL? A lot of dip buyers today on RCL, maybe. Yeah, Q2 should be rough comps. You know, David, the thing about Q2 is, you know who is
Citi Banamex survey of economists putting 2022 CPI at 4.4%. That's a 1/10 from the prior forecast.
Oof.
For Mexico.
Mexico CPI is higher than expected for the forecast for the year.
This year's GDP 0.3 to 2.2%.
On here.
The Citi Banamex survey.
The The problem is, right, they didn't do it, or no, it looks like some companies are doing it right now, but you're going to, I talked about this on Twitter, and then Volwiz talked about it yesterday on Twitter, was that for Q2, you're eventually going to see companies, right, they air their dirty laundry. We thought they would get the airing of dirty laundry this ER season, and we haven't. We got some guidance, and our guidance, though, we've been getting, looks like they'll have a dirty laundry airing session in Q2. So I'm looking forward to that as well. Yeah, free money is gone. Buybacks are back, agree. The key, though, is they're going to air dirty laundry. We know this, right? We all know that they're going to pick a quarter this year, and they're going to just roll out the dog shit. And they didn't do it. Some of the smaller companies have been doing it, but the big ones haven't. So do we get that airing of dirty laundry in the small and mid caps this quarter? I think that's what some of that betting against small caps was yesterday, was that people are going to, or small mid caps are going to air their dirty laundry now, and you get the big caps that'll air their dirty laundry Q2. Take the hit. No more dividends. Sorry, dividend bros. You're going to miss out for a quarter. They got SPY selling off into the after hours as well, down 63 cents. Not seeing anything come in right now on the after hours flow. Sometimes I see after hours flow right at 412, 415. You'll see them, they'll just sneak in some calls or puts heavy. So we'll stick around for 5 more minutes. I think the rates will too. Thanks, Sporky, for saying the ES just hit the VWAP. I don't know, ebb and flow. My thought right now is on the junk bonds are tanking. There's a lot of it's hard, so I have a market view of being very bearish right now. But it's hard because you have to trade the market that's in front of you at all times, even though I'm in a bearish stance, right? So it's really kind of crazy having to take a bearish stance in the market. And then also while knowing this market only goes up. And let's be honest, for the first, since January 1, or not January 1, but January 4th or whatever it was, I think it was January 4th, right? Nothing's been bullish. None of it. Nothing. Oh, you got the 452s for Monday for 77 cents? Good job, Doughboy. There's nothing on the grand scheme of things that's bullish about this market. Yeah, the real market has to, David, I got to tell you one other thing, right? So I started out as a bear, lost my money, then I became a bull. So I trade as a bull mostly like 70% of the time I'm bullish, and then 30% of the time I'm bearish. That's generally speaking, right? But I was with Joe Harper and I are talking, and when you've been in the market long enough, right? There is a point where you say, I'm not willing to buy this anymore. And I want cheaper prices. It's not just bears saying the real market. There are bulls that want. There are bears that used to be bulls. There are bulls that want a better price. And then there's just living through seeing shit like this in the past, even when it plays out, it takes 2-3 years. It looks like it's starting to look like a duck. We could try. We could still trade to 460, not for to 560 or 550 or 600, and it'd still be very bearish right now. Well, the best part about the job report today was what was portrayed as going to be released and what was released for two different things, and the market reaction was kind of the same. That shit matters and it doesn't matter. You guys have a wonderful weekend. Any guys that are bouncing out of here, have a wonderful weekend. Just having a whiskey with whoever's left over. Cheers to all of you that are out there. We're having a whiskey with me at the end of the day. Yeah, I mean, but it's fucked up too, David, is that here at Bull with the market trades and what we did and what we will do. Yep. Yeah, dude, the QT is so like on a macro scale, we could talk macro all day long. That's what people don't want to understand is the fucking money is gone. That's the truth. I don't know that we're at the end of a long-term debt cycle. The moment that the Fed put comes in, we're back into not being at the end of a long-term debt cycle. If the Fed starts printing money again, at any fucking point, money's going to go, or they are right now technically, but damn, Amazon got dumped into right on, David. Cheers, brother. You having some scotch? But it's weird because here, Eric, cheers to you too. What's weird is that I try to talk to new traders and investors about this stuff, and it's hard unless you've been trading for a long time, it's hard to wrap your head around the different like moments in the market and how you're switching back and forth and how the market's moving back and forth. And people are like, yeah, you're saying you're this, but then you're that, and you're this, you're that. And it's like, well, I still have all these other layers to my bullish and bearishness, and I still have to make money. People are like, why don't you just take a stand and say I'm a fucking bear, and that's what I'm going to be? Because I've lost money doing that shit, right? I've lost that money being a bull too, just being I'm bull, period. So you have to move back and forth. Robert. Right on, ice cold Dr. Pepper, just some guy. I gotcha. Hell yeah, I'll see you on Twitter. I'll be drinking tonight. I haven't drank heavily in a while, Quinn, so you'll probably see me on there at some point tonight, fucking around with people, pissing them off. Have a great weekend, Blind Nesto. But yeah, David, like that's Robert, like all you guys out there that are bears. I think some of you guys are bulls too. I don't think you're all like super bearish. I think you're smarter than a lot of people because you guys see the entire market for what it really is. And dude, the truth is, right? This morning I did that video this morning, or the start of this video this morning, and I'm looking at the charts going, like I'm just looking at this chart and I'm like, oh, it's forming up just like January. And if we see a drop to 415, I mean, that's the other thing. The last drop we had down to 420, I was like paying attention to CNBC, and I'm paying attention to bulls, and they were fucking ready to buy the dip, and CNBC was like, buy the dip, and then you got ultra bulls being like, I'm buying the dip, and I'm like, man, this doesn't look like a bottom to me on a real correction. I'm like, I know real corrections aren't like this. Like real corrections that I've been in, fucking nobody buys them. Only the banks buy them. You'll see like a huge V-shaped recovery, and then people get in. They're that scared. Have a great weekend, Ions. Quincy at the dog park. Goodbye to all my sons out there, too. Have a great weekend, Matt. Blind Nest Owl. Mao, have a great weekend. Oh, you're still there. So I wanted to just gain market value record for Amazon. 190 billion. Yeah, I think they're buying. Yeah, thanks, Avery. So you got to know that too. There's so many facets to this, right? So like, it's like you make a statement. This is a fair point, right? They bought the bottom of Amazon, right? It's because they have to. It's not like they just stop buying. They stop buying until the fucking music stops. That's what they do. They still buy. They'll fucking buy everything. They'll buy it to the last moment when the guy at the top says, sell it all. Like, that's how fucked up it is. You know, the banks do some of the best traders in the world. They trade it until it's done and gone. Even if they're bearish, even if they think we're going to sell this market, they're still going to buy the dip on Amazon in case we do go up. Hey, GP, take it easy, brother. Go to the bar. Jasmine, have a wonderful weekend. Vol is, dude, this is going to be the year of Vol.
Rethinking election ads ban ahead of the 2022 midterm elections.
Yeah, they are selling their book. Easy setup to pick up on. It's easy, but yeah, like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know what to say. Like, there's so many facets to being an investor, trader, all this other shit that takes years of, like, it just gets so ingrained in you that at some point you're like, fuck it. You're of course they're gonna buy the fucking dip. They'll fucking buy the dip on the way down. When the market was crashing in 07, 08, they were buying the fucking dip. They were trying to make a market. I mean, 87, they didn't have a market in that crash, and they had to create a market. So they're gonna buy the fucking dip. That's what they're gonna do. Cook D, have a great weekend. Oh, right on, Mateus. Miro, good to see you, brother. Thanks for tuning in, brother. Thanks for your insights always, Miro. Thanks for adding to the community, man. Really want to say that to you. Cook D, take it easy. Yeah, Bayern did pick up. And we got a great dip off that Euro close, too. Right on, Takamonkey. I trade small caps. I'll swing over to trade small caps.
Are raising dividend 2.5%. Romeo, November, Romeo.
If SPY ends up getting boring this next few weeks, SPY could die a slow death. If SPY dies a slow death while everybody's focused on small mid caps, piece of money to be made. Yeah, I love the Euro close and opens. I watch the Euro open in the middle of the morning too. You guys have a wonderful weekend. All right, I'm gonna check out, guys. Why don't you guys have a wonderful weekend? One last cheers to you all. Qingdao, we all survived. We'll be back again for Monday. I'm gonna do some work this weekend. You guys do some work this weekend. Maybe we can get together and do a Zoom call or something in Discord. We're trying to put something together so we can get all of your input for what you guys thinking for the week coming up. I'm looking at small and mid caps and whatever's left over the big caps for the next few weeks. You guys have a great weekend. Sport K, take it easy, brother. Oh, yeah, baby. Smoking some meat. Take care, David. You guys all have a great weekend. You guys all take it easy. Hut. Have a great weekend. John, have a great weekend. Kareem, have a great weekend. Take it easy, guys. Ladies, men, whoever's out there. Even, take it easy. Adrius, take it easy. You guys all have a great weekend, all right? Bobcat, good to see you, bro. Yeah, Zio Parco, good to see you, brother. Have a great weekend. Yeah, exactly. Even, take it easy. Paul, Mao, have a great weekend. Evan Flo, take it easy, brother. John, have a great weekend. Guys, all take it easy. Jake, take it easy, brother. Jake, you guys all have a wonderful weekend.